We have breaking news today. The long-running hacker convention, DEFCON, has been canceled. DEFCON has been canceled. 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 We have breaking news today. We have breaking news today. The long-running hacker convention, DEFCON, has been canceled. We have breaking news today that due to the severe ongoing alcohol shortage and multiple reports that the last thing has been hacked, the long-running hacker convention, DEFCON, has been canceled. 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 DEFCON 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 has been due to the severe ongoing alcohol shortage and multiple reports that the last thing has been hacked, DEFCON has been canceled.
Showtime! Showtime!
What's going on?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone out there. I believe the audio works now. We're going to test that in a moment. Let's give it a moment. Perfect. Okay, so there's a bit of might be a bit of an echo here, but let's see how this works. So, let's try that. Let's see, does this work? Let's see how this works. So, let's try that. Let's see, does this work? Okay. So, sorry about earlier. Basically, thanks to my own shenanigans and the fact that this machine's not completely calibrated, I ended up crashing the stream earlier. So I apologize for that. I'm going to do a quick recap and we're going to catch the end of the amazing workshop that's being done right now in the Diane Initiative. And then we're going to go on with our usual DEFCON 201 meeting. So real quick, if you don't know who we are, hi, I'm Side Pocket. I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group under the subset DEFCON groups. You can also refer to us as DC 201 or DCG 201, although DCG makes it sound like some sort of collectible card game like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyhow, this is our monthly meeting. It's third Friday of the month. It's August 21st. And if you are curious about more about us and how to join and stuff, you can go to our website at www.defcon21.org. I'm going to flip over real quick to our browser to show off what's going on. So I'm going to disappear. Boop. Oop, wrong one. I'm going to disappear. Boop. And then make the browser appear. Boop. So this is our website at defcon201.org. And what's been going on is we've been doing all these digital guides because it's Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp. And if I can get this thing here to shut up, we have our meeting today. And we're going to be doing a lot of different things that we're going to get back to. But we're going to catch the thing we were seeing earlier. Again, I apologize, where Tech Girl MN is presenting how to solder the Diane Initiative badge. We're going to go over what Diane Initiative later. It's one of the many, many amazing hacker conventions going on with Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp. So we're going to collect the end of that, and then around 5:30 we'll kick back and we'll talk about some things. We're going to see another cool video. We're going to look at Raspberry Pi video game machines, and then we're going to open it up to all of you people, and we're all going to talk about Hacker Summer Camp organized around the digital campfire. Oh, and there also might be a little bit of the Google CTF at the end of that. So without further ado, let's go back to the workshop. I also want to note that if you can't hear me or something's going on, or you want to do a quick shout out, as we shout out before when you follow us on Twitch, we notice you. Also, if you like the content you see right now, you can hit like, share, subscribe on either Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Or if you're out there on tour, hi out there on Onion Land watching us through YouTube illegally, which we like. Please follow us, and because next week we're going to be having our future content shows, but this is our meetup, and let's see how the badge is going.
All right, we're going to move on here. And so these are big 10 millimeter LEDs. Let me see if I do not have something smaller handy. Yeah, I do. Okay. Okay, so these are our 10 millimeter LEDs. Long legs positive, short legs negative. Our negative is going to line up with our resistor. The positive is going to line up with the wire. This is a more traditional 3 millimeter LED. Unlike these big ones that don't really have it, I just wanted to point out that on the on a regular normal sized LED, that there was actually a flat side that lines up with the negative leg. Or so you can kind of see it there. there. But this is more of a normal size LED. This is what we're using, just to give you some perspective. I could pull out a 603, which would really drive home how much smaller they've gotten through the years. So let's start with the red one. And so that's going to go in H2728 for the short leg. And then these are not going to go all the way through. They are going to ride on these wires a little bit. So don't be alarmed. And once again, this is going to be a good case of place them all and then solder. Yeah, we'll have to go that way. Wow, I mucked this up. And so they may, oh, blue, wrong color. Okay. And wow. I need a frosty malted beverage. And I don't, and I'm not talking about something that comes from the Dairy Queen. All right, so positive, negative, positive, negative. We're just gonna let them ride on the wires if we can, if we have to. Push things aside if you need to. Let's go this way. I actually screwed up when I did the wires. I'm sorry, they should have been down around F. My bad. So there we go. And if you're very gentle, you can flip those over. And then we're just going to take the legs and bend them out a bit. And why are we not sitting straight? Okay, let me look here. Okay, so mine aren't straight. That's probably because I got them from two separate sources. The ones I ordered, some of these I ordered off of Amazon and they're actually flat on two sides. And then some of these I stole from my makerspace and they're only flat on one side. So that thing, you know, things happen. So I'm going to drop some of these down and some of these up. If yours have two flat sides, it doesn't have any flat sides. So if yours have the two flat sides, they'll fit really good, nice and tight together. If you have the ones that are round, you're going to want to alternate them a little bit. So one up, one down as needed. So let's try that one. Oh. Yay. And once again, I'd like to point out that the demo gods do hate me. That I am not their friend or their colleague or whatever. But we'll get these guys in. Yeah, the problem isn't so much, the thing is, it is these LEDs themselves. Here, if we can get zoomed in here, is that I have some that are like flat. They're kind of an oval shape. If we can see it here on the, we can see it here on the bottom, where this is flat and this is flat. And then, because these were really expensive, I just went over to my makerspace and got some from there. And let's see if we find one from them. And so the ones I got from them are perfectly round. So you plan a project and then your stuff doesn't come in, so you have to go borrow stuff from someplace else. And of course it isn't exactly the same stuff. And so that was just something I did not notice. So some of these are going to be, so they're not going to be perfectly straight like they are on the demo board. And at this point, I am entirely okay with that, just as long as they're reasonably flat. I think we're going to have to move. So it's really just the blues, so seem to be the problem. So we should be good there. We're better there anyway. And now we're going to flip this over and get it under the other camera. Kind of feel around a little bit. There we go. Okay. Oh, we're already under the other camera. Okay. Yes, I really miss having actual physical helpers, because then I can just record a video and leave it on a loop and then have people do this at their own pace. With some written instructions and the YouTube video. Much better way to do a soldering village, but this works too. But it is what it is. All right. So what do we got here? 28. Okay. And so we're going to go in and solder in some of these LEDs, maybe, or not. So there's one. There's another one. And this one's still on screen. So let's nudge this up a little bit. And then we're going to go with this side and this side. And the thing about using these soldered breadboards is that there is supposed to be, you're supposed to have this little perfect Hershey's kiss of solder on the backside. I have found that with these soldered breadboards, they're taking so much solder into these oversized holes that as long as you get the hole full, you're probably in a pretty good place. So then we're going to spin this around to do the other side. And we'll continue on. And there's that. And there's that. And there's that. And oops, we're off camera. Sorry. There we go. Oh, come on. These are silicone. There's a big difference between All right, there's that. And it looks like we need a little more in this one. As long as we're back here. All right. So there we go. And we'll flip back out. Yeah, big deal. Oh, the electronics. We get everything trimmed down here. And there we are. And yeah, not quite as neat as the ones that all had their sides trimmed, but it is what it is. All right, and we'll do a ready check. Let me know when you're done with your LEDs.
Ta-da! And I believe that is the end of that soldering class. Although I am going to do something here right now that I'm thinking about it. Which, first of all, is muting the TV. Also, I just want to let you know, if you see me run back and forth between here, it's because right now I am currently boiling some water. And, you know, I figured, hey, when I'm busy doing online stuff, that is the perfect excuse to boil water. So I'm just going to put myself up here so that way, browser, yay. So we're going to probably do this for a while. Let's see here. So that was the whole soldering class by Diane Initiative, and in a moment we're going to kind of do a tour of it. Here's the question, though, we need to ask here, which is, what drink are you bringing to the social hour today well, there on Pacific Standard Time. For us, it's going to be 8 p.m., which we'll include when we talk about Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, is there more? Was there more stuff? Hold on. Let's find out.
Okay. And so now we have our little Arduino.
Apparently there was more stuff and I didn't notice.
And we're going to put that on next.
Out of the camera, so I'll be right back.
And we want to make sure to get all of the pins in at once. Now, did anybody get an Arduino that did not have these pins already soldered? Nope. Okay. Whew. All right. So we're going to attach this on here. And it's going to go into H and D. And you want to make sure that your red wire lines up with D2 there. And let me get a good shot of it before we even start soldering it. Okay. Okay, and so just a note, no, there you can see it. And let's see if we can spin it around. Because from the wrong angle, it looks like I'm in D3, but I guess there is a good angle where we can see that, yes, it's in D2, D3, D4, D5, D6, D7, and D8. No, actually, I cheated and did the headers before we started because I told everybody to buy them with pre-soldered headers. You can tell because I didn't put all the headers on. All right, so we're lined up. Everybody's got a good clean shot of what this should look like way up close. And so we're going to flip this over. And so in case you're wondering why I hold the board really weird is because it's actually easier to find where I need the camera angle to be if I'm right on top of it. It's kind of a muscle memory thing. Okay, so because this isn't flat, what you're going to want to do when it comes to getting these pins on is we're going to pick a pin, and probably the pin that's absolutely the easiest to solder, which in my case is going to be at G1 according to the grid on the board. And we're just going to do this one pin. Just the one pin. And what we want to do is we want to flip it over. And let me get back out into the wide angle so you can see this a little better. And so what we're going to do after we do our first pin is we just want to take a good look at it and make sure that it's flat and that it's level. Because if we only have the one pin, we can heat up that one pin and push it down further into the board if we need to. If we do them all, that's kind of out the window. So mine appears to be flat and good. So we'll line that back up. With close-up camera and pop back over to that. And we'll drizzle a little flux. And just go to town. And we'll just move up a little bit. Yeah, let's see if I can get that steady enough. So that's what side A should look like. And now we'll spin it around and do the B side. So 1 and 2. And next. And next. And next. And we'll bridge there. But as long as we're bridging along the same line, we're okay. And we're off camera again. Yay. All right, and there's that. And did I trim this on? I did trim this, okay. Stay. All right. So there we go. And we'll get back over to the wide view here. So there it is, all soldered in place. Nice. Ready to go. And then of course, you can trim those legs. And then we'll go ahead and trim these little guys off. And I know you don't get to see because I gotta not throw them all over the house. Ouch. Oh, and looks like I missed one. And we'll just figure over that. Tap it down. There's another cut, and another cut, and another cut, and another cut. And bang on that some more. All right. I don't like somebody. That's the beautiful thing about breadboards. If they're a little off within reason, we're okay. Yes, I have burnt my fingertips enough not to be afraid of it anymore. And like I said, those 2 silicone rings, normally I have them on this finger because I've found that this is where I usually burn myself. So that's the story there. I'll just kind of sweep some of that off the side. And yes, my beautiful pink dot, so that I know where I'm at directly over the camera. Okay, so let's finish this up for today and get that button going. Okay, so the button is actually optional. You can work without it. I like to, at least if I'm going to build an experimental platform, I do want to at least have one input. So this is a 10K pull-up resistor, or this is a 10K resistor we're going to use as a pull-up. And then here's my fancy button. You can see it's got a little kind of weird square on there. That's because it takes a cap. Nifty. Okay, so we're going to need our 10K, our button, and we're going to use some orange wire because we haven't used orange wire yet, and so why not? Okay, so for starters, the button needs to be on 4 different, each leg of the button needs to be on its own interconnected row. So for example, F through J are all connected on the bottom, and A through E are all connected on the bottom. So it's got to be there in between. And depending on how you do it, you can move it closer or farther. I think on the original, on the notes, I had it at, looks like C19 for the lower left leg. So it was a little closer. We're going to do 22 just to confuse people because I can.
Guys, we're live.
So we're going to put our button down. And then the buttons are nice. Most of the time, their legs are preformed a little bit to make them a little bit easier to solder.
One second, let me see if I can hit the right button. Nope, not wrong button.
Moving that back over to the camera.
Next time we go to a conference, we need to frame it as a National Geographic kind of.
And we'll fly in to zoom in. And then we're just going to tack down the 4 legs. There's 1, maybe, or not. 1, 2. And the spin. And 3. And 4. And there, I manually bent a resistor. Oops, there you go. Another screen. There we go. And there's our 10K. And we're going to drop our 10K. Since we did our right leg on 24, we're going to drop our 10K onto 24 and bend back the legs. And cube zoom, why not? And we'll drop these in. Now, on the original, I had dropped in a connector to throw our two negative rails together on the outside. And looking at this board a little closer, I really didn't need to. So we are not going to do that this time. Just make it a little neater. Now we'll flip it around. Maybe. Okay. And we'll go back out. Yes. All right. Yeah. Good tip, Meadow. If you don't have a 10K, anything above 1 will do the job. We're basically just trying not. It's basically a kind of a filter up. It's a pull-up resistor. I'm tired. Ben, help me out. All right. So we're going to take this orange wire here, just like all the others. Snippy, nippy, twist, twist. Off-screen puddle of goo. And that's getting kind of icky, so let's do this. Tip, icky. All right, there we go, better. All right. And a little solder, and a little wire, and a little more wire. All right. And a bend. And another bend. And this is going to be way, way too long. So let's figure out how much wire we actually need here. And this time I am going to grab a Sharpie and mark where I need the wire to end. So yeah, if you want to get nice and precise, use a Sharpie. So we'll cut this way down. Drop this here. Add a little goo from the off-screen goo puddle. And we'll tin it. There we go. And bend that down. And we're going to move this over too, because not that fussy in live demo. So there's our lower left leg going to power. And we'll get that under the other camera here. And there's one leg. And here's the other. And you can kind of see here again, let me make sure I get this in nicely in frame, how this is kind of bridged with the leg for the button. That's okay on this kind of board. As you can see, it's all copper down here. And any solder we add isn't going to harm anything. If we had a bridge going between two of these lines, that would be an entirely different story. That would be very, very bad. Okay, so we've got our button hooked up. Now we just have to let the Arduino read it. And because I have yet to use my favorite color on this board, and apparently not on the right, we're going to use a purple wire. Woohoo! And I'm just tired punching enough that if I have to, I will sing Skull Vikings to prove that purple is my favorite color and why. Oh, God. I am usually very punchy by the end of these. All right, there's one side. And here's the other. And memo to self, if we go virtual, if we have to go virtual again next year, we're not going to do all of the builds on the same day. By the last one, I'm pretty punchy. All right. Let's get this. Some solder on here. And some solder on there. All right. All righty. Who wants to check the instructions to see if I originally had this on D9 or D10? Ha 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 ha. D10. All right. Thank you, Beto. All right. All right. So we're going from, looks like about I-24 to J3. And we got a little bit of red stuff going. And there we go. And we'll get that under the zoomed lens here. We'll do one side. And then the other. Oh my. There it is. And there's one side. And the other. And yay. And so now I'm going to flip back over to the wide angle. And I'm just kind of letting the board hit the light at different angles. It makes it a little easier to see if I've accidentally bridged anything or anything that looks like it might need a little more solder or reflowed. So not great, not terrible, should be serviceable. So, okay, there's our project. And wow, I started late and I still have a couple minutes to spare, so yay. So that's our project. We'll go ahead and we'll walk through programming it tomorrow. If you want to try it tonight, because I know there's a closing keynote and then a social hour, and then after that with most everybody being at home, it's not as long of a party or as much fun, but anyway, it is what it is. Do go ahead and try it. If you look at the Arduino IDE, there's 2 sketches that'll let you test these things. And I'm just going to run through quick how to change them for these boards. I'm not going to load them. Do we need to run the power? Oh, why, yes, John, we do need to run the power. So let's actually not look at the IDE. And actually, thank you very much, John, for reminding me, because you're awesome, and I've been at this workbench way too long today. So we're going to need a red wire. And so we're going to take the red wire. And I'm going to zoom in here to show you where it goes. Okay, so if we look at the bottom right corner of the Arduino, we have these pins down here that are mysteriously marked 5V, RST, GND, and VIN. The black wire joining both negative rails, we can actually leave, and as soon as I'm done connecting the power and the ground, I'll show you why. Okay, so back here. So what we need to do is we need to provide the LEDs with 5 volts. So we're going to use this 5V pin and hook that into the positive rail or the plus rail on there. So let's tin one end, give it a little bend, and I'm sorry I'm doing some of these things the way I would if I didn't have an audience. So this one we're going to mark up again. Go away. All right. And oh, let's fade out a little bit. Here we go. And so we're back to cut. Okay, we're going to start at square one because I was on the wrong camera and I just messed up my wire. So we got our length of red wire. We're going to take one end, strip it, twist it, and tin it. And my puddle's almost dry. All right. And there we go there. And that's not quite perfect, so we'll just trim off a little bit. All right. And we're going to go back to the 5 volt. And, oh, come on, you stupid piece of... Is that, and that, and that, and our friendly blue Sharpie. Okay, let's not cut on the Sharpie line again. Let's cut past the Sharpie line and instead strip to the Sharpie line. All right. Okay. All right.
We're going to switch over to the just the moment. We just really want to see this PCB be turned on.
Smooch on there. All right. And so I've just made another little wire like all the others. Yay. And we're going to go positive to, it looks like row 12, column 12, however you want to look at it. 12C and positive rail. And let's get that in focus. And let's see, what haven't we used yet? There, reverse slide, why not? Okay. And we'll go positive rail first. And then up in here. All right. And we'll trim off the little tag. And we'll trim off the little tag. And lay it.
And if we did everything correctly, because we're just checking the audio for it, just because of the nature of time, I would have loved to go through the whole thing, except that they started late, and I don't blame them, because one of the things about this workshop here is that I think there's two mistakes she probably made with the workshop. We've all been like having growing experiences during a Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp, and the minor one is she doesn't know how sensitive her microphone is. The other is that I know that she had like series of workshops, and they were all literally one after the other. And so I think she's like basically dying right now. But good on her for the presentation. We got to see most of the PCB being made. And it's a nice little type of crazy blinky badge. So that's just sort of a preview of what's going on at the Diana Initiative. They have all of these sort of stuff. Again, we're not allowed to show like the talks, because we don't know which talks are going to be like have consent for being recording or not, but I'll show you around real quick before we get to our main thing. So the platform they're using is called Hop In, which is something that I've heard of before, and this is the first time I'm using it, and I mostly like this. Once you get to once you get used to the different windows and stuff, it's actually honestly the most comprehensive thing so far I've seen for any of the Hacker Summer Camp conventions. And the main thing I'm trying to figure out here is, what drink are you bringing to the social hour today? Water, beer, wine, whiskey, something from CocktailCon would approve of, smoothie, it's hot out, caffeine, or fancy mocktail umbrella options. Now, normally I'd lean towards CocktailCon or whiskey, but in reality I am drinking water, simply because I dehydrate constantly. So I'm actually going to pick water for this. And it actually seems like most people picked water. Okay, so we have a mostly sober crowd, but just to give you kind of a preview here, they have like a main reception area that sort of explains everything and sort of the sponsors and kind of like just the general layout. And then they have these different stages, where each of these stages, there's 3-4 main talks, and there's like village talks, and then there's kind of a green room, which I find fascinating. That's actually neat. That way they can, I guess, test the system and stuff. And that's how we've been like watching some of the main stuff here. Then there's like different sessions here. They have their own, Dia Initiative has their own capture the flag going on. They have a career village where they're doing different talks and you can link up to stuff. They have an information booth. We were just in the soldering one here. There's also Arduino coding for the virtual badge. Maybe we'll come back to that like later at some point. The Red Team Village I know has been doing talks, and they have a couple of more things. And then there's like, they have a whole networking section, which we're going to activate at 8 p.m. as they recommended, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then they have like kind of an expo floor. And it's kind of neat because there's all these like giant sponsors. You have Intel, who's probably begging for people to join them. And, you know, the Microsoft, the company that named themselves after their own penis and things like that. By the way, in chat, if you get confused or if you have something to say or whatever, just let me know. And also, if you like this content, don't forget to like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, because DTube's not up yet, or YouTube. And if you do so on Twitch right now, we can kind of see the pop-ups. There, Coinbase, which is doing talk already. But they also have smaller groups such as like DC Furs, obviously the Red Team Village, Blacks in Cybersecurity, and obviously because of kind of the background of this, there's a lot of like BIA with Girls Who Hack. We might peek in that. Mental Health Hackers, Women in Cyberjutsu, Women of Security, Women in Cybersecurity, and besides the Bangalore of all places, so good for them. Oh, and don't forget InfoSec Girls. So there's just, I like how it's a mix of like, you have these giant corporate stuff, which obviously gives them money, but then they have like all these smaller groups here. And I have to get into, especially if it's physical next year, having like a little booth here. And I will say what's kind of weird about this grid layout is that it's doing that thing that optical illusions do, where there's like, it's like a grid with like white rows and columns, and so when I look, there's like all these gray dots around, so it makes this whole grid kind of like really trippy. But yeah, that was a bit of Dia Initiative. So here's what I will kind of detail now. Due to the nature of the computer, the online setup, and apparently stuff going on at the venue, we're going to try this Jitsi in order to go in. We're going to activate the Jitsi full out later at like 7:40, but we're going to try to do this, and we'll see how well we can go. So let's jump over to there, and I'm going to unmute this, and we're going to see that, let's see, we're the only ones here. Cyril just wrote, hell, so I'm in here right now. I'm going to let him know I'm currently in here. So again, we're going to try to do this, and I know there was audio earlier. You probably heard bits of it on the stream, and then I muted it so that you could hear the workshop going on. But where again, there's been like odd bandwidth issues going on. Oh boy, I have to send this again. Let's do this. So we're gonna go into the keys of bases, and then we're going to copy this link, and I'm going to share it on this other chat platform. So Cyril is doing his amazing skills, and he's going to try to connect. As he said, he doesn't promise on what sort of quality we're going to get out of this, but we're going to find out. Anyhow, I guess in the current chat, for all those who are watching so far, thank you all for those who are watching. Again, normally when we... it's a little laggy, but I think it works. The only issue is that right now there is no volume on our end. I don't know why. Let's see. Let's see. Let me figure out where the chat is. Here we go. So the only issue is there is no audio on our end. The video is pretty good. See, this in of itself is going to be like some sort of a hack. This is kind of hilarious here. And I know why we've been having like computer issues is because, again, this machine, we, you know, it works, and it works really well despite my shenanigans. And I can actually tell you what crashed the machine before. And again, we love our lurkers, but if anyone has any sort of questions or comments going on, we love to talk and chat and chat and chat, and then eventually we'll be able to join us, hopefully on the Jitsi itself. So the issue is, and I have to let them know, there won't be any on our end, on my end, due to the GPU core glitch. So the thing about it is that I thought I could load up something in the background, and when I went to unpackage it, I guess I figured, since it wasn't using the internet to do it, that what do you call it? I thought that I basically didn't know it took up most of the computer's bandwidth to unpack. And so basically during the screen it was like, oh, you've run out of bandwidth unpacking this, goodbye, and just imploded on itself. And that was kind of all that she wrote here. So right now there's an in real life discussion. Okay, so that's what's going on right now. We're kind of clearing things out. That is fine. In the meantime, wave to the audience. This is kind of like a unique thing. Hey, Cyricel, just wait. That's a Cyricel. You may have seen him pop up on a once in a blue moon on our live streams. He's one of our core people here. He's basically, I would say honestly, if he had a title, because he doesn't have like an official title, but I would say he's like core. He's like lead of core staff or whatever. So that's kind of what's going on there. In this way, he's like, now obviously he has a really awesome carbon filter N45 mask. So basically, you know, he looks very Mortal Kombat right now, unlike me. But let's see. But yeah, that's that whole thing right there. Ah, interesting. So let's look at something. Ha, gotcha. All right. Wow, Jitsi is really weird. I'll explain later. This is really funny. Just got your Telegram message with 2 S's. Yeah, because this meeting, again, normally what we do during this meeting is we usually don't really have like content plans for August. What we usually end up doing is we chill out, and then we whatchamacallit, we chill out, and we we air like the DEFCON documentary, the one that we aired during our Wednesday thing going on. And there's usually like about like 10 to 14 people will show up. I think the lowest we ever had post DEFCON was like, I think 8 people, and basically everyone hangs out, and some of the people who have went to DEFCON, we they talk about like their stories and things like that. That's what usually happens during this meet. Now, what threw everything off with COVID is 2 things. One, so we still had the main issue of why we don't normally do like content during our meeting, and it's quite simple, is because when it's the normal hacker summer camp, everyone is gone for a week before our meeting, and during that week everyone runs around. They jet lag all the way to Vegas, and then they're up for like literally 4+ days straight, depending on when they start, because some people just go for DEFCON, others go earlier for B-Sides USA and B-Sides Las Vegas and things like that. And I'm going to try an experiment next. Cyricel is doing alchemy that I don't know is actually safe to do on the camera. I'm going to actually tell him that I just said that you are doing a form of alchemy that might be illegal. So So the problem is, so they do all that, so they're up for like 4+ days straight, and they're also drinking and doing other things that I probably can't legally say on air. And then they jet lag all the way back to wherever they came from. So by the time a week or two later, after Hacker Summer Camp, everyone is just dead. Like, they're just dead, deader than dead. I actually have an idea. I have an idea. Should we connect instead for this segment on Discord? Because that might work better and smoother. So yeah, so like everyone's dead the rest of August when they come back from Hacker Summer Camp. And so basically because of that, we usually get half or less of the attendance we normally do. This is the show and tell, and if possible, Raspberry Pi stuff. So, okay. I think they could, you might want to let them know politely that we are primed to go on. Streaming does suck, but it's all like the little issues. Again, we don't normally do this type of stuff, and we have a lot of infrastructure for this, but it's just all of that. So the first thing, so again, that's usually when Hacker Summer Camp, so they can take their time, but as soon as things are ready, we are good to go. I can also just air the black hat thing that will take roughly an hour. Should we do that instead and then do the stream later? So yeah, so that's usually when Hacker Summer Camp happens for a week. It's literally been a month. It has legit been a month. So I'm exhausted. Between 9 Days of Hope and 4 days of Black Hat, and I've been checking out the Diane Initiative and stuff. Hey, cool beans. All that stuff is there. And there's an N Commander. So we have a Squirtle, a GI Jack, and N Commander. It's basically the core group. And this is exactly what I expected. So I am going to leave the Jitsi for now because we're going to air a different video in a moment. Let me just go over here. So yeah, we're basically explaining why, even though we're still having a meeting, it's going to be regardless of what we do in an uneventful meeting. So to recap, normal Hacker Summer Camp makes everyone dead tired. And that's why every time we've had an August meeting for the past 3 years, because we learned during our first meeting about this. Actually, no. Our first meeting, for whatever reason, due to scheduling, Hacker Summer Camp actually happened like a week and a half before our meeting. So we were lucky. We had a ton of people that meeting because it was before all the stuff. So everyone was like getting prepared. What we learned is the following meeting in late August, and then every meeting after that. And so far, all of our DEFCON 201 meetings have always happened after DEFCON. And basically, what goes on is that is that, again, everyone is jet lag going to DEF CON and back, and everyone basically, like, nearly dies. So what ends up happening is, let me just repackage this. There we go. Is so we've learned that, like, oh, we should never plan content after Hacker Summer Camp, after what's normally B-Sides Las Vegas, Black Hat USA, DEF CON, and a bunch of other stuff that happens that week. Now, no one's flying, so you'd think it'd be easier, but instead, everyone decided to spread out. So, like, the thing that still kicked everything off was Hackers on Planet Earth, but instead of happening the July going into August, the last 3 days, and like the last day and the first 2 days, instead went on for 9 days straight. And we live streamed for 9 days. Well, not 9 days straight, but every day of those 9 days we streamed. Then we took a short break, and then all 4 days of DEF CON, we streamed 6 times, because we did a pre-show on Wednesday. Then we did one show on Thursday, which was G.I. Jack's Arc Vile Linux Perspective, which will be back next week. Then we did 2 streams on Friday, and one was our panel talk, which I would love to have now and re-air it. You can find the recordings of it if you go to our YouTube channel, which if you search DEFCON 201, it's there. We also have a PeerTube, and we're also on Internet Archive, so you'll see that video there shortly. But we had a great panel under DEFCON groups, because DEFCON groups this year had a village. We'll bring that up later. And the other thing is... we decided to compete in the EFF Trivia Night, and we looked a bit around DEF CON. Then there was Crypto Barons, my show. Then we did another stream where we just explored DEF CON for a while, and even then we're still checking out conventions. So we were looking at, even though if you didn't see us streaming it, we were at Black Hat USA for free. We watched the DC Furs meetup. We actually found out we missed 2 conventions between that. We watched all the relevant videos for the Usenex meetup. And now Diane Initiative and the Google CTF are going on at the same time. So it's just absolutely freaking bonkers right now. So for the past 3 weeks, everyone's just been busy, and they're still going stuff now. So, and again, normally in person we'd be like, oh, okay, so we'll just air a documentary, we'll air some cool music and chill out. The problem is that we're streaming, so we can't really do that. We're gonna try to do that later with the Jitsi. We're gonna try to do that later, but that it's hard to do. Like, we couldn't make that the entire meeting. You even saw we were trying to do a little thing on location right now, which we're gonna come back to, and everything was still kind of nuts. So that's why we're going on. So and another thing, because everyone's scheduling was off. This is not the DC201 apologizes for the stream, even though it sounds like that. This is just more of, I just want to let everyone know the background of what we're going into. So far, we're still having a meeting. As you can see, the people are meeting up at our usual venue. It's just all this good stuff. Then you compound that with that everyone's schedule is thrown off because of this. So the people who were originally we were only supposed to have like 2 people speaking here, and long story short, one of them, as soon as Hacker Summer Camp began, they got sacked and completely burned out. The other person, any confirmations or not confirmations, was at 1 a.m. in the morning. And basically, I could have had all the information of what we were doing 2 days ago, but I was waiting for those confirms. And by the time I would get the reply back, I would be asleep, and it would be the next day. So that's what's going on. Now, the good news, before we get into this video I'm about to play, and it's really good. I've already seen it, so I might disappear for a little bit and come back because I have to make some food, but it's really good, and I hope everyone enjoys this, and then we're going to try to do a potpourri where we get to chat with the audience and stuff. Oh my god, so we whatchamacallthis, my brain's scrambled right now, but yeah, no, let's talk about the video we're actually going to get into. So so the good news, is that literally as soon as this meeting's done, we're going to give you guys a sneak preview, because next month's meeting has a theme, and we already have confirmations except for one bit, and that's all we need. It could happen, it could not happen, we'll know in a week. we already know for September and October and most of November what we're doing. So unlike, you know how we usually announce stuff like a minimum 3 days, if not a week, even like we try to do a week to 3 weeks before we have the meeting. Again, because of Hacker Summer Camp and how laborious this is, even when it's all digital, it's still all crazy. That's what we've entered into. So that's the sort of insanity that's been happening. So basically, what we're going to do is again, we're going to hint as soon as this meeting's over what's the next meeting, and then my goal is by next Friday we should have all the meeting details for that, even possibly before then. And I think you're going to really like the theme, and it's going to be really hilarious. And I will tell you about the theme. We've been wanting to do deep dives on just certain tech subjects, and we're going on a particular dive for a particular type of series of hardware and software from the same manufacturer, and I think it's going to be really neat. But anyhow, I'm going to introduce kind of our next video, and if you see me pop off and go back on a bit, that's simply because I'm making some food. So, which is actually cooking right now, and hopefully the kitchen's not on fire. But basically, a lot of times for our pre-show and stuff, we show Black Hat USA webinars. They're really awesome. Because of the way scheduling works, they usually happen the day before our meeting, and even though people do access them, while I can show them on air, they takes a while before they go public. So there's some really cool things that you guys probably have, guys, gals, packets, and hackers haven't seen yet. And this one is about NFC payments. So if you have like a card that has an NFC chip in it, or like your phone has like an app where when you go to McDonald's, you just hover your phone over the scanning system and it works. Not only are they going to tell you the security problems with it, they debuted new security vulnerabilities, 0 days, literally yesterday at 2 p.m. And again, most of the people don't know what they are, so we're going to show that entire video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the browser off very temporarily, just so I can get into this group here. Here we go. So I'm going to log in. I'm going to pause it. And I'm gonna go away briefly. I'm gonna go away briefly on the video feed, but I will be back very shortly. Probably in like half an hour. This whole talk goes for an hour, so I'll probably see you back around like 7:30, and then we're gonna open it up to everybody. And this was a really awesome talk, and I really hope. Let's get the browser back on. I really hope you enjoy this. So let's take it away.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending upon where you are in the world, and welcome to the latest installment in the Black Hat webcast series. Today's event, First Contact, Vulnerabilities in Contactless Payments, brought to you by Black Hat, ServiceNow, and Informa. My name is Steve Paul with Black Hat. I'm your moderator today. We have just a few announcements before we begin. This webcast is designed to be interactive between you and our presenters, and later in the program we'll ask for your feedback. We strongly encourage participation and are happy to take your questions and comments. You can participate in our Q&A session by asking questions at any time. Simply type them into the Ask a Question text box at the bottom left of your console. We'll answer as many questions as time permits after the presentations. Slides will advance automatically throughout the event, and PDF copies of the presentations can be found in the resource box on the bottom of your console. At this time, we recommend you disable your pop-up blockers, and if you're experiencing any technical problems, please visit our webinar help guide by clicking on the Help ? Icon on the bottom right of our console. If slides are not advancing, please press the F5 key on your keyboard to refresh your browser. And now on to the presentation, First Contact, Vulnerabilities in Contactless Payments. Discussing today's presentation will be Leanne Galloway, Head of Commercial Research with Cyber R&D Lab. We also have Timur Yunosovit, Head of Offensive Security Research with Cyber R&D Lab. And then we'll hear from our sponsor presenter, Carl Klesick, Director of Product Marketing, Security Operations with ServiceNow. First, let's hear from Leanne.
Thanks, Steve. So welcome to our presentation on vulnerabilities in contactless payments. When we began this research, we had a few doubts about the banking environment. So what was particularly interesting is that we started to see a very rapid change in the banking environment. So contactless was introduced between 2005 and 2007, and it had been touted as a more secure predecessor to chip. NFC or contactless is meant to have us spending more securely. But we had our doubts about these kind of ideas as we went into our research. We wondered whether this was actually the case or whether it was more the case of the emperor's new clothes. So one thing that we noticed is that every new startup these days appears to be a bank. There's lots of small digital-only offerings. In addition to that, there's plenty of merchant services to support this kind of growth. So we've seen lots of growth in the area of mobile point-of-sale terminals, such as Square and Clover, iZettle, and so on. So when we began this research, we came up with a set of questions that we wanted to investigate. And the questions we chose to explore were, has contactless resulted in a fraud reduction? Is contactless a modern mode of payments? Are payments standardized? And what are the security measures that are implemented in a contactless transaction? So the first question that we had is, has contactless resulted in a fraud reduction? What's interesting about this is I'm going to show you some statistics of our area, specifically in the UK, but actually this can be used to have a broader view on the kind of statistics we actually see in other places as well. It's just a comparison. So if we look at statistics provided by Visa Europe, what's really interesting about that is they state that contactless has resulted in a decline, a fraud reduction, and year on year. So they say between 2017 and 2018, fraud rates have actually declined by 40%, which sounds very encouraging. However, if we compare this to statistics by an organization called Action Fraud, so this is set up by the police in the UK, and it's an independent body that allows the general public to report on fraud. What's particularly interesting if we compare that, the statistics provided by Action Fraud compared to Visa, is that you can see they're quite different. So they, in fact, state that there's quite a big difference. So they've seen a big jump between 2017 and 2018, which are still their latest statistics. And they saw on average that the average person who was affected by this kind of fraud lost around £650. And they had one particular case which resulted in a fraud loss of £400,000. So what's interesting about comparing these two references is that it's a little bit like looking at this animal I've drawn here on the slide. So if you look at it from one direction, it kind of looks like a shark, but maybe it's a tiger. But actually we're in a situation where unless we have access to raw data points, it's very hard to tell exactly what's going on. So it's hard for us to know whether contactless has resulted in a fraud reduction. And certainly we're not in a position to know that. But what we can say is if we look at bodies, independent bodies like Action Fraud, it looks like that probably isn't the case. And that's because companies like Visa have an incentive to provide statistics like this, of course, because they're a brand and they have a brand value associated with that. So the first question that we sought to ask and answer, has contactless resulted in a fraud reduction? Well, we still don't know. We're yet to see if that's the case. So the next question that we asked ourselves is contactless a modern form of payment? Now, this sounds like a pretty straightforward question, but we all assume that with new technology that this is an iteration on previous technology. So in some way it must be an improvement, right? But in what ways are contactless payments an improvement on other forms of payment? So that's what we wanted to understand. And in order to answer that question, we have to step back in time a little bit and think about the history of payments. So the first form of electronically sent payment information was via the magstripe. This didn't happen until 1979, and that was when the first point of sales terminal was actually introduced. Now, if you look at a card, you'll see that there's a card security code, which is quite commonly referred to as a CVV, and that's a 3-digit number, but it's a slightly longer number on an American Express. So this number that we commonly refer to as a security number was originally used for calculating a checksum. It wasn't actually used for authenticating the card. Then later it became used for authenticating the card itself. I think a lot of us are familiar with magstripe having issues with it. So a real typical scenario is that you would enter a restaurant, you would have some lovely food, and then at the end you would be given a bill and you would give your card to the server and they would take your card away. Now during this process there's a moment in time where you don't have physical access to your card, and the server has an opportunity to potentially clone your card or the magnetic stripe from your card by swiping it through another reader. And this kind of fraud was happening a lot during the 80s and the 90s. So in the early 90s, some of the card brands got together and they said, listen, we've got a problem, we need to come up with a better way of working. So they came up with a set of standards called EMV, which describe the processing of data through a chip, which was meant to solve many of the problems that we associate with magstripe. So chip introduced a lot of different ways to tackle these issues. So it introduced authentication through asymmetric cryptography. It introduced verification of the cardholder, and that takes place typically via the PIN code or a signature. And it introduced authorization, so the transaction itself is signed with a cryptogram. So this should prevent many of the issues that we associate with magstripe. Then in 2005, MasterCard had an initial trial of contactless or NFC embedded cards, and later in 2007, Visa PayWave introduced their version. So NFC has us spending much more, in fact, and it's much easier to make payments. But it's also meant to have the same level of security as chip-inserted transactions. However, if we take a look, you can actually see that NFC or contactless is not significantly different. So one big issue with it is that it supports legacy modes, so magstripe equivalent modes, that chip does not. And secondly, it also shares the same key and areas of memory on the chip as chip-inserted transactions. So this brings us on to our third question, which is, are payments standardized? If you want to understand how payments work, there is a huge amount of documentation on the EMVCo website. So there's somewhere between 600 and 700 pages of documentation, which in itself is vast. But one of the biggest challenges with understanding payments is that much of the understanding comes from proprietary documentation, which isn't publicly available. So in addition to that, what's interesting about contactless is prior to contactless, most of the big brands had a very standardized way of carrying out transactions. When NFC was introduced, MasterCard and Visa diverged in terms of how they go about processing contactless transactions. So the workflow is similar, but the process for authentication is different. So let's have a look briefly at how contactless payments work. In the context of EMV, NFC enables the transaction to happen. So NFC works via inductive coupling. So what happens is that when you go to carry out a transaction with a card and a terminal, the terminal provides power to the coil in the card and it wakes up the card to initiate the transaction. So within EMV, there are 7 kernels which describe the ways in which you can actually process data. And we're going to be talking specifically about kernels 1, 2, and 3. So kernel 1 describes the processing of Visa cards, kernel 2 for MasterCard, and kernel 3 for JCB cards and some Visa cards. We'll be talking about vulnerabilities particularly related to kernels 1 and 3, so for Visa cards later on in this presentation. So if you have a look at the communication between the terminal and the card, this is sent in a format called Application Protocol Data Units, or APDUs. And within each message, the communication takes the form of TLV, or tag, length, and value. And this is a hierarchical structure, a bit like if you look at a folder structure on your desktop, it's very similar. So within this structure, you can have tags nested within tags. So all that we're looking at here is we're looking at the initial communication which describes a contactless transaction. So the first thing that we can see is this 6F in ASCII, and this tells us that this is the file control information template. So this just defines the data for contactless card communication. Then if you have a look further along at the value which begins 325041, this translates to the value topay.sys.ddf01. And so what this does is this just describes the payment system environment for contactless. So this is perhaps a little bit difficult to understand initially by looking at it, but if we try and look at the logical communication, if we try and look at this at a higher level, it's much easier to understand. So the first thing that happens is the terminal initiates the transaction, so it wakes up the card, and it's going to ask it which forms of payments do you support and which applications. So do you support Visa, do you support MasterCard, American Express, and so on. And this process is called reading the proximity payment system environment. So far that's fairly simple to understand. The card then responds to the terminal and it says, I support the following mode. So for example, it might say, I support Visa. And it will give that information in order of priority. So this is going to say, this is my application identifier. Based on that, the terminal will say, okay, I'm going to compare this to the modes that I support, and it will select the appropriate application identifier. So for example, if the card says I work with Visa and I work with Visa Smart Card mode, then the terminal will select that specific application identifier. The next thing that's going to happen is the card is going to send its processing options data object list. So what this is a list of information that it requires from the terminal in order to complete the transaction. And typically within that, we'll see things like the date, the currency, the amount, the unique number, and a set of data points called the terminal transaction qualifiers. So that's what the card needs the terminal to send to it. The next thing that's going to happen is that the terminal is going to send the requested data to the card. So it's going to send that currency, date, amount, unique number, and the terminal transaction qualifiers. So if we have a look at the terminal transaction qualifiers, it specifies the kind of modes that the terminal supports. So it's going to say what kind of contactless transactions or features it supports, including things like whether it supports transactions from devices such as phones and tablets. So within that, just going back one slide, within that, as it sends this information along to the card, it's also going to send a command to generate the application cryptogram. So it's going to ask the card to sign the transaction. So this provides integrity to the transaction. So the card's going to generate the cryptogram, and in that it's going to provide the track2 equivalent information, and it's also going to send, along with this information, it's going to send the card transaction qualifiers. So this is going to describe some of the features that the card supports, so whether it supports signature or PIN, or whether it's perhaps a device like a phone or a tablet, which actually supports consumer device cardholder verification. And the final step before the terminal sends this transaction through the card networks is that it's going to carry out a risk analysis. And this is going to help determine the next steps. So it's going to take the card transaction qualifiers, the terminal transaction qualifiers, and information contained within its own configuration file that's held locally. And it's going to use this to determine whether it needs to ask the card or the device for another form of cardholder verification, such as a PIN or a signature, or to unlock the device, or whether it can send this transaction off into the card networks and off to the issuer. So that is briefly how the transaction happens. And the most important question of all that we sought to ask during this research is, what security measures are implemented in a contactless transaction? So I'm now going to hand this off to Tim, who's going to take you through this.
Hi, everyone. So now let's actually look at the risk analysis process of the terminal for contactless payments. So NFC basically has inherited security measures from chip, so such as card authentication, transaction authorization via cryptogram, and cardholder verification using PIN or signature. But the main thing is that Visa and MasterCard, as you remember, has diverged, making decisions of whether it should be more secure or much quicker. So Visa put an emphasis on the speed of the transaction, because obviously customer doesn't want to tap the card and wait for a long time, and they decided to eliminate a card authentication process, putting most of emphasis on the online authorization, where MasterCard decided to stay and put even more emphasis on offline authentication, making it mandatory for all contactless cards. Another feature that contactless cards implemented were tap and go, where basically literally for making payments, you don't need to do anything except tap in the card and go away with your goods. And this is also due to the fact to increase the paying process, to speed up the paying process. And tap and go limits are set up by each government, each country. So for example, now in the UK, we have £45. Half a year ago, it was £30. In Europe, before the COVID, it was something around 30 euros, where now it's like 50 euros, or some representation of the in local currencies. And these limits are not mandatory, so government basically kindly recommend to payment institutions these numbers. So that means that merchant or acquiring bank can possibly change these limits and make them much higher, but they will not do this. Why? They won't do this because they are liable for all type of contactless fraud. That will mean that, for example, if fraudsters will find out some store which uses much higher limits, they will be happy to use this store, and that will mean that this store will be liable for contactless fraud. Now let's see how limits work for different cards. Let's look at Visa cards as an example. So most of the world use, as it's known, soft limits. What does that mean? So if I have European or American Visa MasterCard and I try to pay anywhere in the world above tap-and-go limits, terminal will look at the settings, will see that the payment is above tap-and-go limit in this country, and will send a special flag to Visa card saying, all right, card, for this payment, for this particular payment, I will need a cardholder verification. What can you offer to me? And European cards, for example, will offer mostly something like PIN, but where American cards probably will answer, you can use signature, so as it's called, chip and signature scheme. But what is interesting is that UK has, as it's known, hard limits. What does that mean? If you possess British Visa cards and you will try to pay anywhere in the world with your Visa card, when the terminal will send the information that it requires some cardholder verification, British Visa cards simply will respond, no, I can't support any features, you need to insert and use chip instead. So this is known as hard limits. And with this information in mind, a few years ago, after we finished our last presentation about mobile point-of-sale systems and we had a few spare ones, we decided to have a look how actually Visa integrated these limits and how they were realized on devices. And what we actually found is that there are not too many fields in the most popular Visa cryptogram version number 17. So as you can see, there are only 4 fields here. What is more important is that you won't find here things like currency or date. That means that if cryptogram would have signed yesterday for, let's say, $100, that might be exactly the same as if it would be signed tomorrow for like 100 euros or 100 any currency. But more important is that in this list of cryptogram input, you don't see CTQ or TTQ, which were mentioned before, which are essential part for a risk management stage. So if you come back to step 5 of Visa payment, contactless payment, what will happen is for paying for £100, for example, terminal will send in TTQ a flag which will say that CVM is required. That will mean that at this stage, British cards will answer, no, I can't support this feature. So what's going to happen if using man in the middle, we are going to change this from 1 to 0, yeah, and we'll try to convince card that actually no CVM is required. Card will happily generate the cryptogram along with and provide this data to the terminal along with tractor equivalent, ATC, application transaction counter, and CTQ field dedicated to risk management from the card. But at this stage, terminal will look at to conduct the risk analysis, will look at the all data that comes to the terminal, and will decide to cancel the transaction simply because it is a payment above tap-and-go limits, so some sort of verification should be done. However, card says that no cardholder verification was made, and that is basically the reason why the transaction will be cancelled. And at this point, CD-CVM goes on the stage. So CD-CVM is a consumer device cardholder verification method, which was introduced along with Apple Pay, and basically represents the idea of a cardholder verification made externally on some device. because whenever you enroll a card on Apple Pay or Google Pay, you will be forced to use some type of authentication, so unlocking your phone using PIN or fingerprint, so you can't just pay without these features. And the thing is that CDCVM limits are much, much higher than Tap and Go. So we saw limits like £5,000, $10,000 in America, so it's much higher than 30 or 45 or even $100 in the US. So at this time, at last stage, when card provides application cryptogram along with ATC, track 2 equivalent, and CTQ, we are gonna convince the terminal saying that CDCVM was used by changing this flag from 0 to 1. Terminal will look at the configuration, see that the payment is still below CDCVM limits, which are much higher, and we'll be happy to proceed with the transaction, sending this to acquirer and to the issuing bank. So once again, what have we done? Yeah, we just did only two things. First, we changed TTQ field, convincing the card that no CVM was required for this payment. And at step 2, we convinced the terminal saying that CDCVM, that cardholder verification was made by CDCVM, changing from this flag from 0 to 1. And terminal sends this information to acquirer and then to issuing bank. And because issuing bank don't have CTQ or TTQ fields as a part of the payment cryptogram, this attack stays invisible and this transaction will be authorized. So let's look at this, the short video we have. So we have the Visa card, we have the terminal. This video was shot before COVID, so limits were £30, and we will try to make payment for £31 above Tap and Go limits. And in normal circumstances, as you can see, transaction will not go through. So you can see that card will answer 6984 saying I don't support this feature when terminal required cardholder verification. And for the next video, we are gonna implement our man-in-the-middle attack, and we'll convince the terminal and the card that everything is fine and this transaction should be accepted this time. So we have the same card, we have the same terminal, and we're just gonna do a little bit of magic for this specific transaction over Tap and Go limits. So this time transaction will be sent to the acquiring and issuing bank then, and will be authorized in the end. Yep, great. So what we found is that actually that affects every Visa contactless card, including all available at this moment version of cryptogram. So none of cryptograms at the moment check CTQ or TTQ fields. And now we have a slight update since our last presentation. We checked something around 17 Visa cards all across Europe, UK, a few cards in the US and Asia. And even now, only 2 banks actually block these transactions and don't allow to make payments above Tap and Go limits. And minimal sum that we have checked was £31, maximum was £100, and this problem still remains the same, yeah. And I will explain this in a minute. So for the first iteration of our checks, we used two PN532 readers along with a Raspberry Pi in the middle, where we located a Python server, which basically made all man-in-the-middle changes and sent information from a reader to a writer. But when it comes to check these things in the real world, you see that was a little bit chunky and not the most handful device. And when I came with these to McDonald's, people started looking at me very suspiciously. So we decided that this is not very good, and we decided to come up with something else. And this is how idea with two mobile phones were born. So all these projects which do man-in-the-middle for two phones using NFC. One acts as the receiver, one acts as a sender, and there are plenty of open source projects which allow to make changes, which allow to send and receive data, and all changes are made using man-in-the-middle server, Windows server in the middle. So why actually only Visa affected? A lot of people asked us, a lot of people had concerns about that. So it turns out that MasterCard stores field, which is important for CDCV and flag, as the main part of their payment cryptograms. So whenever it will be changed, MasterCard issuing bank will be able to spot this problem. And this is not affected by only cards in America or in Europe or in the UK. American cards, American Visa cards are also affected. The only one difference is that majority of American cards will use chip and signature, which means that implementing this attack will bring us and attackers to the moment where he doesn't need to provide signature, when there will be no place for leaving a signature on the receipt, and he will go away with goods. And that brings us to our conclusions, to the outcome of this research. So good news is that you as a customer are not responsible for contactless fraud, unless you actually disclosed your PIN code somehow. So it will be the problem of issuing or acquiring bank at the end of the day, and they will have to return money back to you whenever any type of fraud will occur. And this is quite interesting because that brings issuing and acquiring bank to this hot potato game where issuing bank will start saying like, oh, all our configurations are correct, everything should be all right for these payments. I don't know why acquiring bank authorized this type of transaction, and that probably some issues with settings on the point of sale systems, and the acquiring bank will say, well, we don't see any problems, our settings are correct. So after 1.5 years since the information was disclosed to Visa, we clearly see that Visa are not going to fix this problem. They said banks have all instruments to take mitigation steps, and we actually, after almost a year, we think that we actually have some solutions for issuing banks which will be able to mitigate this problem. Keep in mind that contactless fraud is real, and we also, at the initial part of this presentation of this research, we have a second part related to cloning contactless transactions. So what you can do is you can go on our websites like paymentvillage.org or leongalloway.com, and white paper is available there, or I hope you'll be able to send the link in our chat here. So thanks for your attention, stay safe, and stay safe. Over to you, Steve.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Timur and Leanne, for an excellent presentation. And just to let our audience know, PDFs of the both presentations and this white paper, as well as some other resources, are in the console for download. So with that, I'd like to reintroduce our sponsor presenter, Carl Klessig, Director of Product Marketing with ServiceNow. And after Carl, we'll take some questions. We already have a number of them already in the console, so thanks for that, and keep them coming. Carl, over to you.
Thanks so much, Steve. And Leanne and Timur covered a lot of ground talking about the different processes and how everything has been that evolution from the days when I think about in college when we first got a swipe card, which was, a whole new scenario, right, to where we stand today. And of course, continuously is the challenge of authentication, visibility into who's using the card and when, all these different things that continue to be that challenge. And that financial, organizations, banks, and others continue to be a primary target. It's not a surprise to any of us, right, including the folks on the call. It's very much a part of it. So what we're going to touch on today is when we think about what do you do with that? How do you address that? Well, first off, we'll start with what is that landscape? And we live in some very unusual times, right? I don't have to tell any of you on this call. The reality is that, not only have we progressed as consumers, so to speak, in banking, in that we expect to be able to essentially go anywhere in the globe and utilize our card and oftentimes taps and everything else that was touched on today. But we also have an interesting wrinkle where we're kind of homebound to a certain degree and local with the pandemic. And what that also means, that also opens up another plethora, right? And what we've seen right away is a huge climb, as you'd expect, in phishing, which has been really attacking those same bank card scenarios. And then we've also seen a recent surge in essentially cyber attacks against the banks themselves, which has been very dramatic. So all of this, when we think of the landscape that we're operating on, it just adds to the pressures of how do we take this on, how do we make the most of authentication, how do we make the most of our teams, and what does it mean to essentially securing the data that's so critical for us to make sure that our customers are uninterrupted, make sure that, quite frankly, we don't make the front page for the wrong reasons, right? So there's been a great investment in some security products. There's a lot of controls that we heard Timur and Leanne touch on throughout. And, think about that from the perspective of, geez, even today in this day and age with all the identification processes and automated pieces that go on, you still end up, I can't tell you how many times I've been blocked as I've traveled to realize I need to call my bank and let them know that, yes, I am in such and such city on the other side of the globe, and it's me. So again, they're doing their parts, and like Timur was talking about, who's responsible? It's that blame game. They're doing their part to make sure they verify. So they're looking for any type of activities that are out of the norm, which really brings me, to my point around in that world of banking. As we all look at mobile, some of these stats are pretty interesting, right? As most of us are aware, it's really almost a seismic change in how we all bank and how we do things. I can't tell you the last time I myself have actually got into a bank branch. So we really rely on, what was our card and now becomes our app on our phone, and we do the bulk of everything there, including paying bills, right? So tremendous stats when you think about how we use it. Now, what it also becomes, of course, when we think of contactless and we talk about even Cash App, Venmo, all the different ways that you can access it and utilize that card. Great for all of us as we stand here. And in a pandemic world, that means we can pretty much cover just about anything we want from home, right? But of course, that adds that much more of a challenge for our customers and you on the call as, at the banks with how do we go ahead and get a handle on fraud? How do we make sure that we're ensuring things? So what we wanted to touch on is when you think about those challenges, they boil down to the same things they always have to a certain degree. Need to have the context, right? In other words, who's using what and when. I have that challenge of resources. Cybersecurity skills are not exactly sitting there waiting to be hired or brought in. We have a lot of manual processes, a lot of siloed data. And if you think about some of the flow of how things work with authentication and with the purchase process that Leanne and Timur walked through, that's a lot of what can be very siloed scenarios. And, it really scares me when I think about that Timur showed how easily you could have that middleman in there, right, in that process. So that's an incredible scenario and emphasizes these type of challenges like I'm showing you here. And what we wanted to spend a few minutes on today is what does it mean to automate that? Because what we're trying to share with you today, when you think about everything you've heard, is obviously there's a high volume. You can't just go out and hire tons of new cyber folks, right? That is not going to happen. So in this day and age, being able to go ahead and automate as much of it to get the most out of your teams. IT and security cannot sit here and work in a vacuum. When you think about those, well, open banking, it benefits the users like we're talking about, but those expenditures and those techniques to make sure that we're protecting the privacy and security of customer information is really going to be more critical. So all of which really adds that burden of the IT and security teams at banks, but emphasizes the need for them to work together. So, and that's the exciting part is, that collaboration at machine speed and intelligence, and being able to automate that and scale the teams better really allows them to take on that larger surface area and, what can be some vulnerabilities like, Timur was talking to earlier. So one of the things to realize is there's a definite value to automating. So those companies that actually spend the time to automate some of the workflows and et cetera in their security solutions, they see a definite value. And that value actually translates to dollars and cents. And this was actually done by the data breach report with Honeyman, and it really shows what that can add up to if you as financial institutions and other industries make that investment. Because ultimately it's that cyber resilience. It's like you heard them say, who's responsible for that is getting to that point where we make sure that that responsibility is very clearly delineated, and also that we're avoiding having those conversations and that past hot potato, like Timur showed as an example. What can that mean when you have that ability to go ahead and work across with the teams? Considering that the average SOC, when we look at them, has 75 tools, it's really hard for them to see the big picture. It's hard for them to stay on top of this. So when financial institutions are they're increasingly looking to improve their margins and lower operating costs, like all of us, right? Adding to this is that talent shortage in cyber. They really need to be able to scale those resources. They really need to be able to also rise to the occasion of the volume, like we touched on earlier, which is very dramatic. So automating that workflow between security and IT teams, whatever is needed at risk, et cetera, so that your response to incidents and vulnerabilities is fast, is accurate, and is comprehensive, allows you to go ahead and stay in front of those. And when I say stay in front, because let's face it, one of the biggest things that we as organizations, be it financial or others, have to understand is that we will be breached, just like Timur showed us how it can happen and how that fraud can occur. How we'll be judged and how we'll go ahead and be respected by customers and the public eye is our response to that. So being able to stay in front of that and control it before it impacts more folks, control it before it impacts our actual overall business, is a big piece of the pie. So always bear that in mind. And one of the ways to bear that in mind is the ability that you have to go ahead and essentially see what's going on. I share with you a SOC efficiency dashboard. So many organizations out there build these dashboards for a very good reason, right? At the end of the day, if you think about all the volume of data, when you think of, all the points, as you heard them talk about what is a tremendous amount of data that goes through for authentication, what is a tremendous amount of data for requests. All of that, you need to understand how that's being handled, how it's being responded to. That translates into what essentially can be vulnerabilities and threat incidents. Being able to understand where your team is effective, where they're not, who's focusing on what, who excels in different areas that are part of the investigation or response to an incident, or the trends that you're seeing makes it that much more important to have these type of dashboards. So again, that ability to go ahead and see truly what's happening, who is responding well, who is managing the different incidents, and what those processes and workflows are is critical for ongoing success and to continue to shape and mature your teams. At the end of the day, it also allows you to go ahead and reveal the bottlenecks and roadblocks that you really need to address. And when we think of it with vulnerability perspectives in mind in particular, what's a scary number is so many customers out there that were breached said they were breached by a vulnerability they realized there was a patch for. So it tells you, essentially the volume out there. And when we think about everything we've heard today, you could see where that volume globally coming into a large financial institution can be overwhelming. So the ability to quickly identify where not only a vulnerability is, but quickly prioritize it before it impacts the business, that's really the focus that has to happen, right? And we had, according to a recent survey, 467 financial institutions were interviewed by the Ponyman Institute, and they said that, 74% said they found it very difficult to prioritize what needs to be patched first. They really weren't sure about what was appropriate, and they tied that to manual processes and disconnected systems. In other words, siloed data, siloed access to teams, and et cetera. So that's a very compelling story when you think about the capability it needs between visibility and automation that you can accomplish to go ahead and be able to scale those teams like we've touched on, and be able to quickly understand where your most impactful vulnerabilities are. So in other words, that prioritization that we've touched on is more critical than ever with that type of volume in mind, and with that type of timeliness like we witnessed today with how you can go ahead and make, and let's face it, criminals and fraudsters at a cyber level are always looking for a way to get around it. So much like what you witnessed today is Leanne talked through some of the different areas in the process that are vulnerable, and tomorrow showed us how you can do that. Darn well, whatever we put in place today, we need to have visibility in today as well, because they're going to find a way. So one of the things to keep in mind is if we have that visibility, we have that capability then to prioritize the right things, then we can quickly go ahead and eliminate essentially those timelines that enable things to be entrenched, or quite frankly, what can result in a vulnerability being exploited. And that's really the driver there. So from a simple capability to go ahead and not only scale your teams, but enable them to be able to respond to vulnerabilities and incidents, at near machine speed, that is an asset going forward in this time and age of more and more of, of what we learned about today, and Lord knows what we'll have access to tomorrow, as far as the criticality of that data and where it can be exploited and what it can mean for our customers. So what I wanted to do was just wrap up with everything you heard today on, why will we look at automating? How important is that? It's almost a wild west in today's world of banking when you think about, I watch as my son uses his iPhone, right? And, we sit here and we're able to do all our banking off the app on our phone. It really makes it so that we almost have portable banks, right? Without essentially that intervention of the physical bank and the tellers themselves that we normally would have gotten in the past. Thankfully, we still have a lot of processes and things that I hope remain in place, such as the phone call, like I mentioned earlier, that says, Carl, are you actually in Paris right now? Because someone is with your information. So that type of, some of those processes, it's all a responsibility we have to a certain degree. But again, when we think about tying it back to the ability to scale and meet what we heard about today and take on that challenge to quickly identify, prioritize, and then go ahead and do that response and remediation in a very timely manner is going to be more critical than ever. So at the end of the day, really want you to understand the importance of being able to do that, because we can't just sit here and throw an incredible amount of cyber skills at the problem. And again, as you heard Leanne and Timur talk, there's a great amount of process already going on and more to come, right? And that means you also need to be able to track those processes and those pieces of the pie and that what essentially can be siloed data, and make sure you have visibility into that. So exciting times, but also challenging times for all of us, right? So what I wanted to leave you with, we have a white paper, a use case guide, some different things that may be of interest for you to learn some more about this around financial institutions and how that can benefit you. And in the meantime, that's it for me. We're going to go ahead and move to Steve to do some questions and answers. I see we have quite a few coming through, so looking forward to it.
Okay, fantastic, Carl. Thanks very much. Yes, we're going to jump right into our audience Q&A. We've got a number of great questions. I want to thank you very much. Also let you know that we have a feedback survey at the conclusion of our event. We'd love you to fill that out. Give us some feedback on what you thought of today's session. Also, a heads up, our next webcast on September 3rd, GCP, lateral movement and privileged escalation spillover, and with updates from Google. So we're going to push out a link here, and you can check out that session as well. But let's get to our first question from Daniel, who says, I am in America and have an EMV card. I rarely have to provide my signature when using my card for payment. Is that expected? Is the signature verification just another security check if something suspicious is detected? I don't know, maybe Leanne or Timur, you want to tackle that first?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because it's quite indicative, you see. And basically, things that NL asks, that's a very a major question in terms of how EMV works, why sometimes you don't need to provide PIN, sometimes you need to provide only signature, why at some cases, as Daniel describes, you don't need to provide either. And that's basically agreement between the card and the terminals, you see. So if terminal, for example, supports only chip, only PIN, where card will support only signature, they can't meet, and they both will support as, for example, no CVM, no card holder verification as the last option. And this might result to the case when no card holder verification can be done for this type of payments. For some types of payments, it depends on the price of the goods you're paying for. But basically, it's quite interesting, but I would say that this is one of the most essential parts of the EMV and NFC payment process. So it's not like just if something suspicious is detected. This is one of the very crucial steps for EMV, which is called a card holder verification, which was introduced to tackle magstripe fraud.
Okay, thanks very much. Carl, we've got a question here from Sandra. Given the increased volume in pandemic-related phishing and malware targeting financial institutions, how can automating security workflows and responses help our teams take on that dramatic increase?
Sure. So a great question. So I echo back to some of what we tried to summarize as I was going through. And I think the reality is if you think about all the processes and essentially some of the requirements and some of the compliances and et cetera that are out there that drive an incredibly complex scenario that, again, does its best to ensure items, you still need to be able to go ahead and take a look at those and have them be a part of your prioritization as the security person to understand what potentially could be a threat and what's not. So one of the ways it can help with automating that is that can be a huge volume, and it can be even bigger volume if you want to get that type of what essentially are process, risk, and business data in so you're prioritizing accurately. So automating some of those workflows during the investigation, as well as some of the initial response, really helps you go ahead and enable your team to do so. We've seen some banks that have gained as much as 50% in productivity per analyst by just going ahead and automating some of those workflows that are part of the prioritization and the initial response, as I mentioned. That's a huge boon during these times of, again, doing more with the resources you have. And like we mentioned earlier, the volume out there of what's going on with pandemic-related, let's face it, fraud and cyber criminal activity.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Just a little clarification here, maybe for Timur. Were you able to bypass the €100 limit?
So that was so that was the maximum that we were paying. So what happens is at certain points, when you carry out these kind of bypasses, or when you actually try to do any kind of attack like this, you may encounter secondary detection mechanisms. So in this case, what we suspect is happening is that when you hit the £100, at least in the UK, we found with in some cases that it's being detected by the bank themselves, so they will have rules in place to detect certain things. And that has changed even more now because of the regulations that came into place really recently, which is PSD2. Tim, do you want to talk about that a bit?
Yes, so I have read this question in a different way. So this like a straightforward, is it about the £100 limit or not? Yeah, so it's nothing related to any exact numbers. In America, some terminals might have $100 limits. They might be much higher, much lower. There might be no limits whatsoever. Where in the UK, it was pretty straightforward number, well associated with every merchant in the country, which sticks to a number of £30 half a year ago, and now it's £45. And above these limits, you will either need to provide PIN in America, or signature in America, or PIN in Europe, or you can't do anything in the UK. And that was basically our main approach, that we decided, oh, okay, instead of providing something or nothing, we don't have this option at all. So that was the main goal, to bypass these things. And that basically means that for Visa cards, you can bypass, you can make payment for any amount, yeah, for 10,000, for 100,000. There were cases of fraud where contactless cards were used to make payment for around $100,000 when some fraudsters actually bought car without any card holder verification. So that's nothing related to any numbers that we put on the slides. It's just examples.
And Timur, this is Carl.
Go ahead. Yep.
Hi, Steve. Adding to that, excellent points. One of the things that we've seen some of our banking customers do is they recognize that there is a limit, like Timur was talking, and many times it's stated. And one of the things they'll do is they will flag anything that goes to the max of the limit as potential fraud. And oftentimes, you heard me mention during my presentation that I got those phone calls, right? It's they're looking actually for anything that pushes the envelope, so to speak, right to the last penny of the limit, and thinking that maybe that is a potential fraud. So an interesting wrinkle of making use of the limits from a security perspective on recognizing where there is a potential incident.
Okay, wonderful, thanks. Unfortunately, that is going to be all the time we have for this session. So a lot of great questions, Mo. We thank you very much, and some of our speakers will try to get back to you on them. Again, just reminders again, hopefully we can see you for our September 3rd webcast, and please fill out our feedback survey. We want to thank you all for attending today's Black Hat webcast, First Contact, Vulnerabilities in Contactless Payments, brought to you by Black Hat, ServiceNow, and Informa. Shortly after this live event, we'll send you an email so you can access this presentation on demand. And on behalf of our guests, Leanne Galloway, Timur Yunosov, and Kyle Klesik, we want to thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Okay, and if I'm able to do the things that I could do, that should be the end of that presentation. It's really cool to see not only a demo of that credit presentation, but also, like, I wasn't expecting Dead Serious to drop, for them to drop 0 days on the stream itself, so that was kind of impressive. Anyhow, we have a couple of more minutes before we get ready here to open it up. We're also going to move some things around because two things are basically going to happen as far as I understand. One is I found the most bootleg way to get around our Jitsi issue, which is to essentially take the camera and put it on here and then point it towards the TV and have the Jitsi on the TV, and the microphone will be able to pick up the audio. So we're going to try that for a bit. But from what I understand, a bunch of the people who went to our physical end of the meeting are apparently going to come home and come back to HQ here and possibly hang out with us. So if that happens, you'll be able to see. I think what was there was G.I. Jack, Saracel, and Commander and Squirtle, and maybe there might be one or two more other people. But basically, we're all going to try to hang out in the living room and enjoy ourselves and have a good time, which is very important because right now I'm going crazy. Before I go on, I want to highlight two things. That yes, the Diana Initiative is currently going on right now. I had a fantastic group of talks. We saw for a bit the soldering thing, and I also want to say that once again for all the people who may have tuned in now, my name's Side Pocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We usually meet third Friday of every month in Jersey City. We are a computer hacker group under the banner of DEFCON groups. And if you want to find any more information, you can go over and check. I believe I'm pointing the right way. Checking our website at defcon201.org. Or just stay tuned now because right now we're having our meeting, which is third Friday every month. That just happened to be on Diana Initiative. So this is kind of like the website here, and they have a bunch of cool things going on this year. They have multiple speaking tracks. They have a career village, a maker village, a lockpicking village, capture the flag. They're having their own CTF. The red team has been showing off a bunch of things, and pretty soon we're going to have the fun networking socials, which we're going to incorporate into our thing, where we're going to hopefully bring up someone on here on the networking tab and see how well their con's been going, because again we've just been reaching out. And actually what I'm going to do now, because I just got reminded of this, is I'm going to go back into the OBS here. I'm going to temporarily take the browser away because I'm going to load up something on here. So I just want to do two quick things, but as I'm talking that, yeah, and we saw earlier the soldering the soldering see, did I ever message this person? No, apparently I never did. We saw a bit of the soldering workshop that went a little bit longer than I thought it would, but it was still really freaking cool. And if it seems like I'm moving slower, it's because in order to do the TV setup, I had to essentially sacrifice the setup that you don't normally see here to the right with the table that has a mouse. So that's going nuts. I also want to bring up that whatchamacallit, that again, normally we try to avoid content for August like the plague, and there's a reason for that. The reason is actually quite simple. It's because usually Hacker Summer Camp itself, the week that is known as Hacker Summer Camp, usually exhausts everyone and makes everyone want to die. So we usually have a lack of speakers and content in our physical meetups because of that. Because our meetings, except for the first one, usually happen 2 weeks or so after DEF CON happens. And so, you know, we were just like, oh, okay, you know, that's a thing, you know, we'll work around that. You know, so the past like 2 DEF CONs, we usually have what we call decompression, which I tried to rework the decompression into this, but I couldn't really translate it that well. This is the closest of what it's like, and basically we usually air some cool hacker movies in the background or whatever, or like some good like you know, sort of like retro wave type music. My nose is going crazy today. And hello 936 Ambrose, how are you doing? I'm just explaining the rundown of why our meeting seems really weird this month, and it's quite simple again, that because usually everyone's dead exhausted, and so we usually just air a movie in the background as I deal with my unscrupulous nose, my schnoz. So we usually air some music in the background. Hey, from Vancouver, what's up? How is over there in 604? But to recap until he answers, that we usually play some stuff in the background, and anyone who's ever gone to DEF CON or B-Sides or Las Vegas or any part of Hacker Summer Camp would come by and tell their own war stories of what happened. Now, obviously, because of the virtualization, you would think everything would be easier. But because, as you can see, actually you can't see right now with the Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp guides, there was just so much just so much. Like, actually, once I do this, I'll show you how much there was. Basically, instead of Hacker Summer Camp or Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp being a week, it basically lasted for it. It's been lasting for an entire month. It's been lasting for the past 3 weeks, and there's still stuff going on. As I said earlier, Diane Initiative is going on right now, and then in a moment, which is what we're going to be tackling, is the Google CTF. So that's all the stuff that's been like going on, and so everyone's super tired. And that, again, that's normally not a problem. We would just air some stuff in the background. The issue is very simple, actually, is that we are live streaming. So unfortunately, because we are live streaming, and now I can turn on the browser again. Here we go. So you can see all those guides. There were so many Started off with Hackers on Planet Earth 2020, which went on for 9 days, and we live streamed the keynote each one of those days, and we would actually go slightly past and look at the rest of the con. And then there was RightsCon going on at the same time, and then there was 1 day of rest, and then frickin' Black Hat USA started, which was mostly free this year, and then Ring Zero started doing its workshops, and then DEFCON went on for 4 days, and it more felt like it went on for a month. And then Usenex happened couple of days after that, which is like an academic thing, and right now Diane Initiative and the Google CTF, which is about to hit off at 8, would go on at the same time. And so the problem is, since we're live streaming, we can't really just, which is what we've been doing, you can't really just air videos in the background and let people chat. We're trying to do that, but that doesn't really translate well to this. So I tried to get other speakers and stuff, but obviously so a lot of people had to cancel out and got moved around. So that's why this meeting feels very odd. The good thing about this meeting, the future meetings, is that we pretty much have September organized. We're just waiting for one confirmation back from someone who may or may not be able to do it in the matter of a couple of days. And basically, by next Friday, we're going to post all the details for that. We also know what we're doing in October. We have an insane lineup for October. Hacktoberfest is going to be super big this year, and we have a lot of big speakers and talks for that one. And then we know what November and December is, but we kind of just don't want to announce them yet. But just know that the next 2 months, everything's kind of going to go back to normal with the way we do the live streaming meetings. It's just, once again, the curse of August, the curse of post-DEFCON, in this case, DEFCON safe mode. It's nuts. And it's funny that I say that, because something I found after our Hope live streams, I just want to show off, is this is the Hope X badge. I used to have a ton of Hackers on Planet Earth badges, but due to a bunch of personal stuff, unfortunately, I lost most of them, if not all of them. And I think, sadly enough, this is the only Hope badge I probably have left. Unless people want to donate things to me, this is like the only thing that I have. And what's neat about this is they did these at the last minute. There was supposed to be something else for this, and what it is it's an iron-on patch. So I could actually take this, put an iron on it, and like stick it to my backpack or a shirt or or like a denim jacket or something, and then I just put this metal stuff, put everything in there. Yeah. So yeah. Ambrose just wrote, Hacker Summer Camp was just as exhausting virtually this year as in person. That's good to know, because I'm planning to go physically to DEF CON next year, and what's concerning me is that one thing I did like about all of these conventions is that despite all the content, it was really easy to be like, oh, cool, I'm in the main talk room. Let's see what's going on with this village. Click, and I'm in the village. Or like, hey, I'm in this village. Oh, my, the presentation demo for this, this tool is about to happen. Click. And knowing that I'm going to have to run back and forth between like 10 hotels virtually, that's going to drive me crazy. So yeah, I just want to let people know that, like, it sounds like we're apologizing. We kind of are, but just note that if this was a little weird for a DC201 meeting, even our live streams, because we usually have a lot of stuff for our live streams, that's why. Basically, anyone that could speak for us is dead. I'm dead. Everyone is dead. So next month, everyone will hopefully recover enough, if 2020 doesn't ruin anything anymore, for our awesome themed meeting. Next month is definitely going to be a theme, and it's a concrete theme. We're going to look at a particular product, hardware and software line from a certain company, and I think everyone out there is going to enjoy it. And I haven't seen a DEF CON group, or even like most presentation things, like focus on this, except for super early in the year. So I can't wait to see for that. But before we move on to trying to do this Jitsi thing and generally talk with the audience, I want to bring up 2 things right now. So first of all, at 8 p.m., the Google CTF will open, right? This is the Google CTF. We love to do online capture the flag challenges here at DEF CON because eventually, it used to be the end of this year, but because how everything's been going so crazy, it's probably going to be early 2021. So like between like January and March, we'll come out with our own war games, and then we're going to progress to actually make our own capture the flag first digitally and then physically with actual like servers that we manage. So that's what we're trying to do. So in the meantime, not only to get us used to what a CTF is, but also to know like how CTFs are built. And also just seeing like what we know, we keep entering CTFs, and one that we entered last year, Capture the Flag, is the Google Capture the Flag, and it's come back this year. And we have on our page where you can go, and the main idea is if you go to our Discord, and I'll post the Discord link in the chat right now. But if you go to our Discord, and I'm going to post this up in a couple of moments, and you go to the pound, the hashtag or pound or wherever you call it, CTF section of our Discord. Our Discord is public, but in that section we post, there's going to be an access code to the Google CTF, and then all the way until 8 p.m. on Sunday, so 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday night, this weekend, you will see us, me and different members of DEF CON 201 pop in and pop out, and we're going to be testing out this CTF. This year they kind of went for this weird like sketchboard sort of look for the Google CTF. I can actually show you here because I preloaded this. So once you enter the code, you get this screen. No one has any usernames, and there's the access key if you want to cheat. But it's going to also be in our. It's also going to be in our. You can only register team challenges will be visible when the CTF starts. Yep. That it has this weird digitized like early Apple sort of look to them. This whole thing here, it's like we're in like a 1991 version of the Lawnmower Man right now. But if you go to the Discord, or if you cheat and saw that code real quick, you enter that in, so there's no usernames, just everyone operates under our team. And you know, we usually rank pretty well. We're not really in this to win it. We're in this to kind of test our skills and also to kind of deconstruct all these different CTFs and what makes them good and what makes them bad and all of that nonsense and figure it all out. But I do want to rewind back, and we're going to go into, I'm taking this from another browser because I also want to let you all know about something really, really awesome that's going on right now, okay? Now here's the sad part. Originally, we tried to get them on to interview, but they're currently running this right now, so we can't really do that. Now, I really want to work with this group in October. Let's see what comes up here. So here's this page. It's called E-Viction. You can go to e-viction.net, and we're going to be really careful on here because thanks to the live streaming platforms we have, it's going to be a little bit of a minefield. And here we enter in chat, and then we're going to go straight to the Jitsi room. So we're going to scroll down, and we're going to click yes, and then pray that we don't get kicked off of any of our streaming platforms. So basically, this is kind of the website. It's supposed to be like a little bootleg looking thing, and we're going to click on what it's about here, and hopefully that pixelated booty passes. But yeah, it's made by a group called Veil Machine, and basically they're a sex worker art collective in New York City, and they're part of the I-Beam artist residency. I-Beam is sort of this art and technological workshop in New York City. There's a lot of like hacker spaces and hacker stuff that happens in New York City when there's not COVID. They're also supported by Kink Out. And I'm actually going to load up the press release here that was also sent to us. And I will explain to you what this crazy website is. So let's put this very long Google document in here, and hopefully it will load and not crash. So, as they wrote, it's going on tonight until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so like right about on midnight, and they said they're going to do something special 6 minutes before they end. That's what's going on. But yeah, E-Viction is a self-destructing platform where sex workers and artists create intimate encounters and exchanges to imagine a world beyond Sesta Fosta. For all of you who don't know, Sesta Fosta is this piece of censorship that got bipartisan support from both Democrats and Republicans. Yes, even Bernie Sanders agreed with this, unfortunately, where basically they claim it's for the children and it's going to stop sex trafficking, but not only has sex trafficking increased, thank you Epstein and Weinstein, But also, the only thing that's happened is sex workers have been thrown into jail. What's also been happening is that every single social media platform on the sun is now advanced censoring themselves. COPPA also got a huge boost. You probably may have heard of COPPA if you're like on YouTube and stuff. This basically reinforced COPPA. So that they're doing what they usually do, and they target some demographic no one cares about, like hackers or sex workers or like ethnic minorities. We have to listen to your phone calls because of brown people, and then it expands until everyone's spied on and no one has any freedom whatsoever, no matter what political end you're on. So Sesta Fosta is another one of these where they targeted sex workers, and because of our Puritan nature, we said yes, and now it's eating their way into everything, including its new big cousin, the Earn It Act, which recently got passed through and is just waiting for the president to sign if he hasn't signed it already, which is going to make this nightmare even worse. So things that you like Zoom and Twitter, even stuff like Mastodon and things, are going to get affected by this. Everything online is getting affected by this. So it's really important that we support people like this in order for us to have like these type of live streams that we've been having. But anyhow, for 12 hours, this started at 6 p.m. And again, it's going to go on tonight until basically midnight Eastern Standard Time. The platform will feature virtual peep shows, chat rooms, and all this sort of protest of digital gentrification, because before dramatizing and otherwise invisible censorship of sex workers by self-destructing. So basically this is going to go on. There's going to be like live performances, and you can tip people via Venmo or Cash App, Patreon, whatever, and there's going to be like the other notes that are going to be updated throughout the day. It's kind of like a weird, it actually reminds me of what we originally wanted to do for the DEFCON 201. We were originally going to have a virtual like party last weekend and we were going to have basically like Cards Against Humanity. We're going to play video games with you guys, and then it was going to end where we would have our own private stream that's not on any of these streaming platforms, and where we're going to air all of like our sexy friends, male, female, non-binary, and otherwise, to do some performances, and everyone would be able to tip them, and it just would have been really fun. And basically what we wanted to do in person for Hope, we want to do online. And unfortunately, just due to stuff in our personal lives and a bunch of other things, we couldn't make it. E-Viction is kind of basically what we wanted to do. And even better is that it's directly trying to support and protest huge internet censorship like Sesta Fosta and Earn It. So I definitely go check them out. You can go to the website e-viction.net. Yep, I post that in the chat. Let's go back to the website here. So what they have is that they have like these listings. It's supposed to be designed to look like it's like a chat app or something. We're going to be very careful here. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to click on the link that I know is not going to absolutely trigger any of the terrible censorship on here. The filthy pay piggies here. I love this. It says, I only lick boots when a hot lady tells me to. And when you click on the link, it goes to Black Lives Matter resource, which hashtag defund the police, and where you could sign for the petition. So again, they're also highlighting other activist stuff here. So that's really neat. And again, it's going to be all here, and then at midnight, basically, it implodes, but there's going to be a cool thing they're going to do, apparently, 5 minutes before it implodes. So definitely check it out. Again, it's at e-viction.net. And I just want to shout them because originally they were really excited and they wanted to get interviewed on here, but because they're currently running it at the same time we are, unfortunately that's not a thing. We'll appear at the Google CTF, but let's now see if we can get this Jitsi to work. So what we're going to do first is we're actually going to go to the Twitters. Currently I have Rob T. Firefly highlighted, and because of the nature of everything, we're actually going to make this public. This might be a good idea, this might be a bad idea, but we're going to try this. We're going to write, hey, if you attended HopeConf or DEFCON safe mode, join us in chat on cam and audio around the Hacker Summer Camp Digital Campfire on the DC 201 live stream. So I'm going to decide we're going to wing this, and we're just going to make this public. So I'm going to do that right now. And I'm also going to, I just clicked on something else for no reason. That I did not mean to click on. Freaking ads everywhere. I was going to share this cool thing that someone else shared that now, I think it's done by Ian. Is it done by Ian? I think it was by Ian Coldwater. It was like a list of acronyms. Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to share that right now. So we're going to put that out there on our Twitter. And now we're going to try to do the cool thing. And we are going to try to get this thing going until the fellow merry men and women of DC 201 come back. So this is again how we're going to do this, and pardon the sloppiness of this. And you know, we could easily end this early if it has to, because again, this is not how our normal meeting goes. Here I am. This is again not normally how our normal meetings are structured, but oh, that's important. This is again not how our normal meetings are structured, but you know, we figured having a meeting would be better than not having a meeting or live broadcast. So anyone that's in chat right now, thank you for joining us at such a weird time for us to be broadcasting, and you know, while everyone's dead and recovering from Hacker Summer Camp. And again, if you have any questions or anything, please, we love our lurkers, but please mention in chat. Also, which I'm going to post here, you can join our Jitsi. Password is Dirty Jersey, and there's the link. And so that's going to be on there. We're going to try to do this very bootleg. And yeah, we're going to, and if you like what you see on the streams here, whether it's, I can't even think, Twitch, D-Live, or YouTube, you can hit that like, follow, bell, or basically follow or subscribe to us on any of those platforms. And if you want to know more about us in the future, you can hit us up at defcon201.org. And if you want to message me after the stream, you can email us at info, I-N-F-O, at defcon201.org, because we're made in Jersey City. So here's how we're going to bootleg this. So I have my laptop set up over here, and we're going to go camera inception. So I'm sorry for you people who have weak stomachs. I really apologize, but this is the only way we're going to move this over. So let's see. I have to figure out the right angle, and I think basically I have to move the table back as smoothly and slowly as possible, and we're going to have kind of like an inception here. So I have to lower the camera down. Whoop. All right, that's decent. Let's yes, I do. I got that from the place where I work, because my department really needs to be properly sanitized. So I'm going to try to the best of my ability, move this as close as I can. As the stream starts going crazy, because it's like, you know, where it's like this whole like this is gonna be nuts. All right, so now that I have this set up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the current stream that I have. So I'm going to stop casting. That's the reason why you see the picture-in-picture. So come on, stop with the casting. Can we stop? Can we stop casting? Stop casting. There we go. So now it's just going to go back to this generic Chromecast. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to then cast the Jitsi meetup, if I'm allowed to, onto the TV. And that should bypass our audio problem. So I'm going to unmute this and raise the volume. And we'll see if this works or not. This is going to be my weird little experiment here. So, hey, whoop! I don't know why I just did that weird copy and paste right there. So it's like, hey, talk, let's test this. So I'm unmuting it. Let's see. I just want to make sure, because we might have the audio low on the computer. So I'm turning it up max. Aha! Okay, so I don't think it broadcasted the audio over. That's fascinating. Okay, so that's a thing right there. And again, I can't turn on the camera for this. I'm kind of here. So yeah, we are here. So you hear me super loud. I'm going to turn off my mic because my problem here is that I don't know if the microphone is reliant in order for the chat to happen. And again, worst comes to worst, the current guys might be back here. So what you might be hearing there is that's me muting myself, as you can see with the prompt. And basically, I need someone talking here to see if we can get this going. Because I'll tell you the reason why we can't do it on the broadcast laptop. Because you probably remember back in July, so last meeting, we did that where we what do you call it? Where we had the Jitsi running in the background. Now here's how we basically did that. Just updating messages here. So the way we did that was I loaded the Jitsi before I loaded the OBS. And basically with the current core setup, I was basically running the audio through the browser through Jitsi, and then you guys would hear it broadcasting through OBS. Basically, the microphone on the OBS system wasn't working. And I think the other guys are coming home, so maybe we'll have like a lounge chat, but we'll see what's going to happen here. But anyhow, that's how we were doing that. Basically, the OBS audio was off, and this stuff was basically the OBS audio was off, and the Jitsi audio was on. And that's how that whole thing worked. Hello.
Hello, I come bearing sandwich.
Awesome. So
I told them to hold the tomatoes. You tell me if they did.
That's fine.
If not, we yell at them.
Yeah. So the thing is that what happened this time is, see, that was on the other computer that was properly configured to know which processor it needs to use for audio video. We haven't done that to this machine yet. So the problem is I can't get audio or video through the Jitsi on the main machine until we solve that problem, which is why I'm doing this hilarious bootleg method of streaming, and I guess we're going to wait for everyone else to come on. Okay. And I forgot to remove the tomato, but I'll deal with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
I told them to remove the tomato.
I know. So anyhow, that's why we're using this bootleg method. So I don't know, because the issue that I also have with this is that I don't know if the audio is dependent on the user themselves being muted. And the thing is, if we have two microphone sources going at the same time, the whole thing's going to go nuts. So if anyone out there can speak, that's fine. If not, we're going to wait until the other DC201 members come back, and we will try this. And I'm going to futz around with parts of the menu in order to do this. It's kind of funny because I think it's funny that the first time we did Jitsi, it worked mostly perfectly, and then ever since then we've just been like having these like hilarious issues when it comes into that. And I'm actually curious about something else now here. Let me turn this off, because I won't have to go back there until later. And actually, looking at the time frame coming up at 8, I might do something completely different on our normal broadcasting stream. So yeah, I'm going to turn the mic on. We'll see if this changes anything. So I just turned the mic back on, and the thing with the TV is that we are at like a good volume. I'm afraid to raise it any higher than that because I'm already afraid that when someone speaks, we're going to have like it's going to be like giant huge. So I kind of don't know what's going on here. But yeah, that's been a thing. So I heard the click with that. So someone is adjusting, I think, their microphone or their systems on the other end. I see you, Dulce Demon. Are you trying to adjust settings on your end? Is it something on our end? Let us know what's going on. So I'm actually gonna type that to him. Hey. Basically, I'm kind of slowly realizing here that, unfortunately, I think the only way we're ever going to get like actual proper room streaming is either we pay for a service or we pay to have extra server space in order to run said service. Because while Jitsi Meet worked the last time, we're kind of just running into like the same issues that I keep hearing about with the Meet Jitsi incidences. We are, let's see, hey, Dulce Demon, we are reaching out. Are you talking on audio? So we're just trying to figure out if the person in chat right now is able to reach out to us or not. Because if they can, we should be able to hear this on the TV. Because again, I literally have my laptop at absolute max volume.
Hello?
Oh, there you go. Hi. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
There's kind of a delay. Yay. Hi out there. Finally, we have a person there. You've been following our stream for a while. What's up? How has been things in the apocalypse that is 2020?
We're alive.
We're alive. I think that's the feeling for everyone right now, is it's like we're at least alive, although I kind of debate if that's any sort of like condolences or not. Right. So question, so were you able to check out any of the virtualized meetings that's been going on for the past like 3 weeks, or are you just tuned into our stuff? Neat. What was your what did you think of the setup that they had there with the whole like matrix and live streaming and stuff?
I thought it was great. I mean, it was easy to use. It was my first time using just pretty much everything they had, and it was great.
I will say that's the first time, because we used to have like a Riot Matrix chat, and so it was kind of odd, even through a web browser, just going back to that. And I do agree that it worked mostly well. Like, I have basically like positives and negatives for each of the virtualization, but it's been so interesting watching these different conventions use completely different tools and techniques because of the type of people that normally attend their stuff. And so everyone's like virtualizing, but everyone's using completely different roads of how to get there. So I've just been finding that fascinating. Apparently they did too. So what would you say the highlight of your experience at Hope?
Well, I volunteered, so I did a virtual info desk.
It's funny because in the actual physical Hope, the information, I don't know if they told you this, the information desk is known as the disinformation desk, and it's partially, if not kind of entirely, air quote run, end of air quote, by a DEFCON 201 regular known as Neo, spelled Xio. And from what I understand, Infodesk, while it was challenging, is like the opposite of what they have every year, where they have like the best horror stories that Hope comes from the in-person info desk. So it's nice to know that you had a positive experience in a section that normally has some of the worst nightmares.
Yeah, it was good.
Was there any interesting questions? Was it like, did most people knew what they were doing, or did you get like a decent volume of like what the heck is going on?
it was mostly about people trying to get it into workshops and having trouble getting into workshops.
Gotcha. Yeah, we were a little just looking at our chat. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we were. That was confusing for us too, because like we wrote the Hope. Well, I wrote in particular the Hope Guide, and right when I was done with it and published it, I went to try to subscribe to some of the classes, and then they were all filled up, and I was like, oh, that sucks. Oh well. And then like the next day, I'm surfing around there, and they're like, oh yeah, we have extra. We have the bandwidth. All the talks are open right now. So I was like, crap, and I had to run back in and redo my schedule because I originally cut those out because I thought I wouldn't be allowed in, but that was really kind of generous of them to do that.
Yeah, it was for the best that they just gave up on the limits and let everybody in and then started dropping the links in the Matrix chat.
You know, especially because like the one thing, and it's not that they did a bad job, but the one thing that was technically a workshop that I kind of felt like sad for a bit was, sadly enough, the lockpicking village. Like, the videos and stuff there that they had was nice, but because they were mostly, and I get why, because you don't want to exhaust people, but they were like kind of one-offs, so there wasn't really a lot of like, I was hoping like I'd be able to sit in there and when people would ask questions about lockpicking, I'd be able to help them go on, but the people were only there anytime the videos were being played. Otherwise, there wasn't really much of a thing here. Oh, we just had a new person, I think, just popped in. Hello out there. Hopefully you are not a troll. And I hear more people coming up. So I'm very curious. I'm curious. So have you seen like our other like meetings and our and stuff on our live streams?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I watched the lockpicking show. I've watched a little bit of G.I. Jack. I've watched a lot of M Commander.
I think everyone watched it in Commander. We're just curious because while we obviously talk to the folks in chat, and thank you. I have to figure out the sandwich stuff, but yes. Yeah, we have a whole thing where I think I put the box on the camera. This is not a cremated body. This is a box that contains a giant sandwich in it. But no, it's just that, you know, we're always kind of curious about like, oh, like who's interested in what and why and what could we do better. So I guess my question is like, what do you think of the different content that we have and like what would you like to see?
I think it's so far so good.
Squirtle's downstairs. Can you go get him?
He's already down?
Yeah. Sorry, there's more people coming in. That's
Lockpicking's my favorite.
You're just saying that because I'm on this, on broadcasting right now.
Yeah, lockpicking's pretty good. It's hard to do virtually though, right?
Well, I think everything's been hard for us to do virtually. I mean, you see, and by the way, hi, I am Ambrose. It's also nice to hear everyone's voices for once. But actually, let me really quickly run over and do the copy pasta for the link again in the chat itself. There we go. Well, so as I said, I think I've said this before on the streams. The reason why I've done the I did the lockpicking show is because I was building up as a tool member these huge training cases, and like the thing that made me angry the most about COVID is I'm used to going out every couple of months or so and just making sure the stream's working. Going out every couple of months or so and like every couple of weeks and teaching people this stuff hands-on, and then without that there, and G.I. Jack came in even though he's in the other room, is that you know, I miss doing that. So you know, my fear wasn't, it's not hard virtualization in terms of like as more people come in, and I'll turn the camera around in a moment because now we're getting close to a full house. Yeah, we could see that. Did we just have an Internet Explorer moment? Where I'm like, oh, G.I. Jack's on the screen. 10 minutes later, hi, I'm G.I. Jack on the screen. Where are we? Browsers! Where do we want it now? Browsers! but no, so the hard part wasn't wasn't trying to wasn't trying to virtualize. The hard part was, I mean, they haven't been live streaming per se. Locknoob has done a couple of live streaming, and my mentor Night Owl frequently live streamed until this year. The problem was is that there's so many like lock picking channels and stuff that I kept debating of like, okay, one, should I even do this? My only real hook is that I'm doing this live, and two is like, how am I going to do this any differently than everyone else? Because everyone basically has a hand show that they do where it's like facing down, and I feel like I'm the only person in lockpicking with tiny hands or whatever. I guess that's some way I relate to Trump. So, but yeah, no, and basically it was actually the lockpicking community and the other people in it, and friends of mine and stuff who really encouraged me to do it, and I'm still glad that I do it. It's OBD. Isn't that like a feminine hygiene product or something like that?
I was more thinking of OBD2 for some reason, the car ports.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez. We're going to turn the camera around in the moment because some of the people who are there in person are here. But I'm glad to see people actually in here because, again, I had a lot of people who were like, oh, man, I want to really be there right now, but I'm either doing finals at work or I'm working in Diana Initiative or whatever. So, like, this is the cursed month, so yeah.
And Commander didn't show up because he had to head back.
Yeah, well, soon he's going to be a permanent fixture that we get to torture off and on air.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Now I'm really curious, since someone brought up Archvile, I'm very curious about what do you think of the cartoon character that runs Archvile Linux Perspective, and is there anything you want to see from that show? Anybody?
Just so you know, I'm on the chat, so fire away.
Oh, so I just saw this right now. The host, it's Side Pocket right now. It's a person who's been on the stream for a while, but soon that's going to change. In fact, that's going to change right now because while I'm still going to keep this running, I'm going to do a magic trick and show you something horrifying that you normally don't see on the camera, which is everything else. I mean, you guys saw this. If I can try to get this lined up. You guys saw this when we did the EFF stuff.
Yep.
Ow. But yeah, this is what our reality looks like.
Fuckers.
Yep. Some of them. GIDX being antisocial, the diaries turned into a pack of wipes, I'm not sure. But, yeah, in fact, I'm actually happy because usually I try to hunt you down for things, Squirtle, and I know you have, like, the biggest life because International Man of Mystery here. Do you want to tell everyone about yourself? And
Yeah, I have, I got some skateboard footage on the way home. I'm just uploading it.
Cool. I might be able to air that at the end, but yeah.
The footage just, actually, let me go up here for this.
Okay, is there anything you want edited?
Wait, what was this footage that they have to go off cam for? Did pants fly off at one point? What happened?
No, remember last month when I got catcalled? It happened again.
What's it called? I was just giving me a hand before Men in Black show up and have this all like...
All I hear is catcalled and someone lending a hand.
Don't put too much thought into that.
Oh, let me tilt this up slightly. Yeah, I love that they're going in the other room to be private, but because Jack is on the Jitsi, we can hear everything that you guys are saying in there.
Might want to...
OPSEC? I mean, you can kind of hear too, but it's like at a distance, so yeah. Yeah, because I like you're like, I'm going to go in the other room for the secret thing, and then on the camera it's like, so our password is... What?
What's it called? What it is there's somebody who showed up who what's it called didn't want to be on videotape.
It's L Chestnut, yeah.
Yeah, so it's
that's perfectly fine, yeah.
So basically we're discussing making sure he doesn't. I'm pretty sure I didn't get him on cam. I try not to get him on cam, just making sure he doesn't show up on cam, because he. He has some Minecraft related.
We respect privacy, and we're also really good at making people literally disappear. Right. So yeah.
Yeah. So he this guy had like a Minecraft shirt on. So and committer's like, hey, blah 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 about this shirt, and then they start talking about Minecraft.
How much we can.
And then all this Minecraft
Where's
shit's
a
just
Minecraft
like,
shirt?
Yeah.
So now you know at the next meeting to look for someone with a Minecraft. No.
We generally just don't like to put new people on video who haven't given consent.
Yeah,
that's 100%.
That's actually the tragedy of why we're still working on this year's February footage, because as best as literally and seriously tried to do the stuff with the camera, there was just this one dude who kept accidentally dolphining himself all the time. That it was like, okay, so we're trying to work a way of like putting up the slides with the audio or whatever. But, so speaking of doxing, dox yourself. Go tell these lovely people who you are.
Well, I still consider myself one of the biggest newbies in the whole hacker scene. I like doing my own thing. Every now and again, I'll either be out and about doing some things, learning some new things. Recently, I've gotten into car hacking, and I made some stupid sketches. Like, I thought it'd be a good idea to get an old Cayenne Turbo.
This is already bad.
Exactly. Get an old Cayenne Turbo, 2008, put a 5-inch lift kit, put some off-roading tires, and then just put some police stealth gear on top of this freakishly big headlights, just so you have a stupid Porsche camper to go out. Let's go war driving in a Porsche.
I will say, just looking at the time really quick as I give Squirtle a great view of my ass, we'll probably do this at max till 9 p.m. Just in case, like, we don't have to go all the way to 9 p.m. I'm just saying if it goes on and on, that's how long I'm leaving recording. If anyone has to leave, that's fine. But yeah, because all I've been doing in this has been explaining to everyone about, like, normally in August,
where the fuck are you guys? Are you in, like, a hacker space or what?
Okay, so, shocking thing, if we can dox ourselves here. I'm not going to say who's who, but one of the weirdest part about DEFCON 201 is that basically most of the staff actually lives together or lives near each other. So a bunch of us are like roommates to each other and stuff. That's why occasionally you'll see us pop up on like each other's streams and stuff like that. So that it's like we're a bad hacker commune in New Jersey. It's just all the bad ideas.
Old school hacker crew here.
Sorry, repeat that again.
I'm upset going out that window.
Sorry, repeat that question again. Whoever said that.
It's like an old school hacker crew, right? Everyone lives together and
exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like this is basically a more right now. Shockingly enough, it's a more successful version of the Hacker Halfway House because I remember being at the Hacker Halfway House, and even though I didn't get any of my stuff stolen from there, a lot of people did. So that's all of that there. Something's being shown. I don't know if I want to see it. What bad goats is did? Okay. Why do I feel like that's going to happen in September?
I'm going to flag this up on the
because that's the type of... okay, yeah, no, totally. Go right ahead. Do massive close-up shot here. This is what we're all laughing about.
Yeah, let's see.
Because we can't do this. It's freaking bat country. And I'm not even talking about the Brave attention token. Not yet. I am going to talk about that in October on Crypto Barons.
Boy. Oh, yeah.
Now, there's a thing in December on Crypto Barons where if you haven't seen that show yet, well, I'm going to announce what's going to be in that show. I can tell you the topic. It's like there's actually religious-themed blockchains and cryptocurrency. And some of the stuff in there, we're not going to mention what. You have to watch the episode, but there's one particular thing where the problem is we're going to try to do this. I'm going to try to do this with a straight face because it's literally that level.
3 words. Y'all need a Jesus.
Exactly. Exactly. So that will definitely be the end of the year for us. But yeah, normally in August, because like Hacker Summer Camp, and now we know it definitely does this digitally, like everyone's dead tired. So our August meetups are usually just like, we just put some music in the background and just relax and hang
one
out.
Or two guys will do a talk.
And that's what made this month difficult because it's like we're live streaming. We can kind of do that, but it's like that's really kind of tricky to do. And like, so that's why like the next particular 2 months are going to kind of be like back to scheduled program, which I've done. Also, there's a bunch of L's that I'll take for on some of the things, even if some of the stuff was that's out of our control. But, you know, again, we don't do this to like, I mean, it's nice to kind of, I guess, like, not that we're like this at all. And we're probably, if we are all this in the wrong ways, and like, it's not, we don't do this because like we're trying to like, you know, be famous, or we're not trying to be like the hacker version of Ninja or Shroud or whatever. Although Dr. Disrespect does sound like a freaking hacker handle for some reason.
It does, but it's not elite enough.
Oh man, because there's no zero in any of the. There's no. They didn't.
And it's not. And it's disrespect. It's not disrespect or something.
Yeah. Or like. I'm trying to think of something similar, like Dr. Disintent, or just like
Something
some code pun, Hey, at least he's not the average two things, which is the common thing I hate is in any panels always called like this or insert Dr. Strangelove parody headline.
Yeah.
Or like really bad jokes, like the one I'm glad that died, even though one of these was a really good talk, was when sip became more common, and so there was 8 million like sipping jokes, like sipping the poison or sipping the Kool-Aid.
What I got tired of is X considered harmful. So you'd have every talk ends in considered harmful, and I mean, okay, granted.
That's gonna be a future name of our meetings. You know that, right?
You suck. Anyway.
That is true. You suck.
Yeah, pretty much so. But
anyway,
I love the Count Dracula.
This is interesting.
That is the worst DJ set I've ever seen.
That's the GTX 3090X.
Oh, jeez, you want to show
RTX,
the camera?
I think, rather. NVIDIA.
NVIDIA.
Just got leaked. A new graphics card takes up 3 fucking slots.
And this is when the freaking SWAT team comes in and
yeah. Apparently it's $1,400, or it's supposed to be.
Oh, jeez.
How do people even like crypto miners? That's all it's for.
Jeez. No, it's more of like, no, I'm just thinking in this economy, why would you come up with anything that's over $200?
Yo, that's good for cracking passwords, right?
Well, in theory.
That too, but honestly, it's like, so this was brought up during the, what do you call that talk? It was the one about, it was for DEFCON Safe Mode. They had this great main talk about basically using math to figure out in a master keying system what's probably like either the most common master key or grandfather key. It was really good, and they sort of brought up this topic that for some reason really recently...
Was this one of the like Deviant Olem talks?
No. Even though he's absolutely amazing in person and as a whiskey, but no, he no, this was, I forget the guy's name. I think it's like Michael something. And he did this amazing presentation. If you go back to one of the past episodes, the last episode of Master of Unlocking, we actually watched the entire talk and Q&A on it. But a topic was brought up to him about, like, there's this argument that in the lock sport scene, or like the lockpicking stuff, that like sitting there with attention.
Sorry, I'm hitting the bong here.
That's fine. This is... I don't know where you are, but I love how, because people do that in chat all the time, and it's like I have this weird feeling where they're like, "Oh, New Jersey's streaming. I need to like get myself in the mood, so I'm gonna hit a bong and eat this hoagie and cut someone off with 3 middle fingers." Like,
it's all good.
So yeah, that's.
I've been driving with somebody, and they go out the window. They just start flipping each other off, like the driver of the car next to me.
It's like sign language, but with one word.
Yeah. No, I just as we have to go speed off to get to our exit, he just like double fuck you, and then we just go.
The frickin' turnpike. But back to the supposed mature conversation. But that like sitting there with the tension wrench and going in with the tools and the rakes is like, there's this argument from like people who do what do you call it, locksmithing and like other sort of these sort of physical scary stuff. It's like, well, that's not really like practical in the field. And it's, to me, that's hilarious because, like, single pin picking and different types of rakes and stuff, you guys have seen me do this. I use that all the time when people, like, my friends get locked out or businesses need help. I'll let you show off whatever you're turning red about in a moment. But what I find funny about that is that, like I said, it's that the reason why they're having this discussion...
Bypass tools.
Yeah. Is because it's not that, oh, this stuff is useless. It's that... a lot of places physical security is so awful that you won't even have to resort to that. Like, you just stick like a butter knife in the door and it opens. And like, I think that's the same thing from what I understand from the password crackers that I know. That's what's more...
All you need is this, man. I don't know if you're side pocket, man. If you're checking on the Jitsi, man, I'll show you a video here. You'll see like simple shit like this.
We haven't. The video hasn't come up yet. There might be a delay,
really
but
simple
yeah.
bypass tools, right?
Yeah. Like right now, there's no video on the Jitsi for some reason. I might be able to check that out in a second, but what I mean from that is from a lot of the people I speak to locally about.
Shit.
Yeah, about password cracking. Welcome to our world. About password cracking is like, it's not that having a giant GPU mining shelf to crack password is a useless thing. Like, that works. It's that so many people's passwords are the same one they use for their luggage that they often don't have to use those first. Like, they just have to bring up a general league table list or...
Yeah, they're in the
yeah.
2 million or whatever.
Yeah, so it's like that. It's like the same. And that's my feeling about a lot of lock sport stuff, where it's like while that would be useful for that, it's like
it's usually
it's
just
not priority, not because that thing would be useless, but because of how bad people's practices are, which is why education and security needs to be even more of a thing than it already is. But that's just my opinion. Please tell me it was boobs.
Better. So, apparently you can get custom booty shorts printed with any text you want.
I love that he knows we're trying to upgrade our store.
So
I know what he's already thinking about.
Up to 500 characters, and just FYI, this is 497 characters.
Yes, very much so, because of all the spaces. It's a piece of ASCII art that I'm looking at, and
it's goats. See?
Wait, so what you're saying, Siracel, is this should be regardless what we pick for eventual End Commander's torture before the end of the year. What we're saying is that we should add this to his torture. That he has to wear DEFCON 201 branded booty shorts for whatever the heck we're going to torture him with. I think that's what you're advocating for.
If you're going to do that, you might as well do that and chanclas. Chanclas and a nice long purple wig.
We got so freaking busy for this that originally this was supposed to be the torture after for both of us, and I keep hating delaying it, but just to make sure it actually happens.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. I think our best bet here for the torture for both of us is our October meeting, because we already have a bunch of Halloween themes for that anyhow. I already have a partial idea of what I want to do, but I need your help with the other part if mine gets chosen, because I need him to be doing something that's like kind of basically like not super difficult. It's just kind of tedious, but it's something in his skill range. And then like we're gonna add all this other BS that I've come up with that's gonna make the. You ever done that where you're just like, oh, I'm just moving a couple of boxes, it's easy, and then you realize the boxes are spiders and one of them has like it's gonna be one of those where it's like he's gonna be like, okay, this is kind of tedious, but I can do this. I've done this before, and then he's gonna try to do this and not know all these parameters are on there. So
that's how I felt.
That's my pick, but we all are gonna have to vote on it. We're all gonna each come up with an evil thing, and then you guys are gonna have to do the same thing for me. And my limit is spiders and sounding. So yeah.
God, the 2000s were a magical time.
What? Yeah, pretty much. That's basically, to not spoil things, that's basically Apple's design philosophy in the early 2000s. Yeah. The stream is... I can move. Because I'm very loud, so all you guys have to hear is my voice. I think we're going to go
so, what you call it, whatever reason,
827.
lost the audio on the, on the skateboard, but anyway, the entire audio just didn't come out for whatever reason.
Yeah, I can play the thing over with music, either this thing or a feature thing, it's not a problem.
No, just take the clip without the audio and speed it up and play like Benny Hill theme or something.
The theme is...
Yeah, exactly.
No, see, that's what frickin' sucks, is I want to do things like that, and then it's like, oh yeah, we're on Twitch and YouTube.
Copyright.
Yeah.
I'll go ping John Cleese on Twitter and be like, yeah, we need the Benny Hill theme.
Wait, are we gonna get copyright flagged for saying the words Benny Hill theme?
No.
No,
okay.
it's the...
It doesn't work for words yet.
Really?
Very true.
Yeah. Also, that's so distorted that it probably won't pick
It counts
up,
as performative work.
Well, we can
Look it up.
do...
Either or, I'm impressed at how trumpet-like your mouth sounds.
So I just want to send a test just to actually make sure we didn't get bumped off.
You have to drink your Mountain Dew verification cans.
Mountain Dew
verification cans.
Yeah.
It's some stupid old mem.
Is that the Xbox Series X password system?
Yes, it pretty much is.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Jump in front of the Kinect and say McDonald's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although that was actually PlayStation's copyright. That's the funny part.
Yeah.
That was actually them. Yeah, I guess.
No, it's like every time on like Reddit you have like R Cyberpunk and somebody makes like this like puts like this McDonald's logo. You're like really, you're like fucking really.
I mean,
I know this is an advertisement platform, but really.
Yeah, and well, also too, technically they're not wrong.
I know, right?
That's the horrifying part, you know.
This stream brought to you by
McDonald's.
Brought to you by New Jersey's frustration. No, is that. Like I feel like the theme is today is like it's like technically today was a bad day, but like I don't think anyone's upset.
But no,
like,
seriously,
it's so weird. It's really
one of those.
If there's any restaurant we should be shouting out, it should be Subculture.
Yeah, Subculture.
They deal with our shit and don't give a fuck.
Yeah, okay, so they got projectors. Subculture is cool. Support your local business like Subculture.
Yeah, for real. Especially considering the surrounding businesses.
Yeah, was it cool? Like, don't eat it like, you know, like get McDumpster fire. It's just kind of fire.
Wait, you mean the United States? We live there.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, but the people in Subculture are really cool. And they're a small business.
Yeah, it's just
and they have, like,
just
all that shit on the, all that really kid shit in the wall. More importantly...
Sorry. Bros here. I have a question. Yo, what is Subculture?
It's a sandwich shop.
Nice sandwich shop.
Located at 260 Newark Avenue in Jersey City.
Yep.
Right down from the Grove Street Pass Station.
Yep.
It's where we held our meetings. If you saw me on, if you saw us on cam earlier, where we were like streaming stuff on the Jitsi earlier, that's
Subculture. It was faulty, so it wasn't. We'll do that
later.
later.
Okay, so we'll get it next time.
I've been wanting to do like a virtual tour since the inside of the place is basically abandoned.
They've got like a few Raspberry Pis loaded up with like retro Pi and.
But yeah, now I know.
They have like retro Pi and they have like the USB controllers, so you can go play like all your favorite Genesis.
We're supposed to upgrade them, but again, the whole thing is like as time goes on, the whole COVID thing and America's stupidity around it is like driving everyone nuts.
But like, most importantly, they let us hang out there. It's BYOB or BY whatever adult beverage is your choice.
Did you? Where's
some great sandwiches, by the way. And they have like a big projector, which I normally play like all like.
Thank you.
The superhero movies and go like retro 90s movies, but when we're doing DC 201 meetings, they let us take over a projector and you can be pulling your laptops and we put the slides up there. So from a technical standpoint, like it's great. They let us do whatever we want.
This is the lockpicking
slides. BYOB and the sandwiches are awesome. So, you know, give them a massive shout out because like they do a lot of things.
Awesome, man. Yo, so how big is it? How many homies can you do?
That's what's ironic is I'm glad you asked that question because. Well, that's what's ironic was, like, in February we were having legit discussions of, like, how are we going to do all of this because, like, their max capacity is technically 30 to 35 people, and now for the last 3 meetings we've been, like, hitting exactly that. That means it's going to get over. And then March COVID-19 happens, and so, you know, so...
Okay, one of these days we'll find a way to send sandwiches over the internet, and... We will. I mean, and like.
Why did we abandon that project as a community?
We did, and all of a sudden, like Amazon came and they took that department over.
So
we need to get on that. Maybe we'll do a drone project. Fucking drones.
First sandwich is now voting.
Drones. I was at one place in California. Had like that burrito bomber from a couple years back, and like we'll do something like that. That
sounds like a place in Jersey City. The burrito bomber.
Yeah,
no, that's the toilet in a Taco Bell.
It's just like it's just like a B-52 and like a burrito and a Target on like an overflown toilet, like the burrito bomber.
Either that or I don't know. Either one of those.
So
I don't know. Either that or like we figure out a way to deliver these things with drones, or you just give it your 10-digit grid, and we launch it out of a fucking cannon.
We can hire Johnny Asmus.
I would just love to hear from one of the viewers if we
don't man the mind with the walkie. Don't mind the FO with the walkie-talkie outside your apartment calling in.
I hope everyone
calling in direction.
I hope everyone at home realizes why putting a bunch of hackers in the same building is a very bad idea, which is why we do it every year at different conventions. Speaking of which, I have my stuff on it, and I'm gonna do a write-up, and I'll need input from this like a week or two from now. But like, I doubt anything from Saracel because he's just been dealing with like dragons and stuff. But has anyone's experience with any of like the virtualized stuff that's been going on for the past 3 weeks, or am I the only one that gives a crap?
I had some of the virtualized stuff. It was good to talk to some people like on like the Hope one. I saw a few of the talks. Black Hat Arsenal had a few interesting tools. but you know, I guess it's kind of like, you know, you go through GitHub and you know, you just like, you know, people have a security feed. They just link you all the GitHubs of like interesting projects, and you go leaf through that tool, and then like you see if it has a package built on it, or if it doesn't, you write it. Just go poke around with it for 10 minutes. Half the time you found somebody that did something better already. But that's anyway. Anyway, so there's a few interesting tools there.
Arch Linux repo.
How do you know somebody runs Arch Linux? As we fucking tell you.
Like you have to announce yourself with authority.
I did the 2-day Ring Zero training course.
That's the only one any of us couldn't do, despite us writing a guide for it, because we're all incredibly broke. So did you take part in that?
Security with Scott Piper.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing. Ring Zero.
Sure as fuck did not pay.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. Because normally the big hook of that is, now to be fair, they did slash all the prices. I'm actually glad that all the places that even if they did charge, they like slashed all of their prices, even if it was still expensive. Like you know, like I think the
It
badge.
was still 2,500 USD though,
I
right?
know, it's still a lot, but like, for example, what really blew me away about actually Black Hat this year was the fact that, you know, I do agree. I would have loved to see the talks. Too bad, like, the badge is like $3,000, $4,000. But then when you remember past years, oh yeah, the starting prices for the badges are $30,000. It's like,
yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, that's what I mean, where it's like, hey, most of this is free. It's like, you bet your ass I'm going to sign up for this. And I did, and it was... What I find fascinating, as I said on air earlier, was watching all of these platforms basically are like, okay, we have to virtualize and we need to have like a chat function and a presentation function, and everyone just using wildly different combinations of tools and techniques. That's to me what's been really fascinating, is seeing like everyone achieve kind of the same results, but just going down completely different avenues.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of miss like the in-person hope. I mean,
well, we're all gonna miss the in-person. I miss the in-person DEFCON 201s, even though I'm late for them all the time. But yeah.
I mean, I don't know. At least experience like the online experience with the online DC 201s has been pretty fun for the most part. But like, you know, it's like when you like hope, it's like half the fun of hope is like you walk around like the mezzanine.
I'm laughing because I'm just imagining you saying pretty fun for the most part, and then like your door creaks open and a pine phone with googly eyes peers out and looks and goes back.
And Commander laughed, but like when I talk, because like the pine phone came with Ubi ports, like
and you get
Ubuntu.
exhausted after from just walking around all day, all
at
night.
The cons, yeah.
Yeah, but like the cool thing about like walking around the cons is kind of like you just like kind of like happenstance like running into people. So it's like most of the people that you either talk to online or that like you kind of read their stuff, and you meet them in person. It's like wow, or you just meet random people with interesting talents. Especially like Hope, like Saturday night or Friday night, just walk around the mezzanine. Yeah. And it becomes like hacker show and tell. It's like you meet like the most interesting random weirdos. Who, like people will literally haul their projects out, like to the mezzanine and just start showing sort of people like what are you working on here? What are you working on here?
Like,
and like sometimes they'll tell you, and you run into some really smart, interesting people who are working on some really interesting stuff. Or they'll have like, you know, everyone's like passing like a bottle or something, and then we're all trying to pick a lock at the same time. No, so it happens.
No, I want to now bring like alcohol, and it just says on the sticker bottle of something. That's a perfect theme for a bottle of something, and
it has to be like dark
and like
whiskey.
rolled up question mark. Just
but no, it was like literally they kind of just mixed a little bit of every bit of liquor and they put some Pepsi in there.
Bottle of something. That's
that's exactly what it was. That was a bottle of something.
Oh man, I'm looking at a particular bottle of something that tortures everybody that I give that with. I might tell that story later. But no, is that like I agree with you.
That shit happened this year, right? And I don't go to DEFCON for the talks, right? All of that shit happens online.
Yeah,
true.
Well, it was even more so this year, because if there's one thing I super liked about DEFCON this year was they were like, okay, start DEFCON, all the talks are just up. You can watch them anytime, which was great, because then you got to like focus on like trying to talk to people in villages and like the DJs and stuff, instead of like, oh crap, I have to be up for this time to watch this thing, because it's like it's virtual. Who cares? So I love that. At the end of the day, I could just sit back and watch the talks that I wanted to watch.
Yeah, it's like with DEFCON. Some people forget that it literally started as like a room party, and everyone who attests at a couple ones just says they were just soaked with booze and drugs. And then later be like, yeah, why are people always drunk at DEFCON? They should be listening to talks of professionalism. And you're like,
so
this is like a room party, man.
Someone brought up in the text chat, have I ever been to tour camp? I'm really broke, so believe it or not, while I repeatedly attend the same conventions, I haven't done a breadth of them. My problem is I know way too many people who help run other conventions, so I'm very aware of what TorCon is. They're TorCamp, either one, because it's done by the same group.
Right.
San Diego. The thing I wish they could bring back is twice in the mid-2000s they actually had enough money where they made hacker cruises.
Oh yeah.
And their first one was a hacker cruise to Antarctica. It's the North Pole and back, and it's just like,
Actually,
it's like the reverse of DEFCON, where instead of dying from heat exhaustion, you just turn into a
dying
penguin.
of a popsicle.
Yeah.
I can imagine Antarctica. I mean, like you stop in like a research station and be like, "Hey, what interesting science shit are you doing here?
Hi,
Can you throw together like a slide deck about some penguins?"
Hi, welcome to the topic of how I use TI-33 calculators to blow up penguins.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know, because like I mean, it's like they do like a lot of stuff there. They do a lot of science. It's like the Earth's south magnetic pole, so there's a lot of like space stuff they do there. I can imagine. I mean, you just ask them like, can you throw up a slide deck? What the hell are you doing at the fucking South Pole? Like all this cool science shit.
I don't care what any research center in the North Pole region is called. They're all Santa's workshop to me. They're all Santa's workshop.
I actually now can imagine.
If you're one of these scientists, Santa's workshop is now.
I'm just imagining all of us drunk and high as fuck, just breaking down the research center, and I hear in Jack's voice just coming out, being like, "Hello, where do you keep the elves? You have some good eggnog at the North Pole, Santa?" Just like.
What the fuck you doing?
Yeah.
They're gonna laugh too because they're a bunch of.
And then they'll just be like, "Who is that guy?" It's like, I don't know why, but I got these USB sticks with a really neat operating system. It's just like that 1 year out.
The best part is I could see Jack doing that with a bunch of Arch Linux boot.
What? No. What?
It was Ninja OS.
He
It was
did
one
that.
specific thing with Ninja OS. I was tripping my balls off on like the most righteous acid
Oh,
ever.
cool! A friend of his lives up in Alaska. That's
nice.
How's him and the other person doing up there?
Okay, yeah. I'll get in contact with your friend because we're gonna see Santa Claus this
Yeah,
winter.
we're gonna rub noses.
It's
I'm literally
the DC
looking
201
at an
Christmas. The DC 201
the
Christmas
worst
special.
attractions in every state and under Antarctica. Alaska is listed the North Pole.
What's ours?
So, New Jersey.
They couldn't fit all of them, probably.
Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
Rhode Island has a big blue bug.
Yes! Everyone has a love-hate relationship with that motherfucker.
And Massachusetts has fucking Plymouth Rock.
It was either going to be Plymouth Rock or Seagulls for that one, although Maine probably got
But
Seagulls.
like, we also have seagulls in the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, well, that's their vacation spot.
Yeah.
And see, Massachusetts, that's where they live for 7 months of the year. I know from living there.
So like, I guess they're like the seagulls that like shank you for like your French fries or something like that. Like,
yes,
I just exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
We're in the New York metro area, and we live in the United States. So yes, unfortunately, there is COVID everywhere still because of morons. Although
New Jersey's doing better than the
yeah,
rest of
no, I was gonna just say that New Jersey's been doing great. I'm just saying the general state, like the reason why New Jersey we're still acting as if the lockdowns because of all of our goddamn neighbors. But to rewind back, I still think the funniest moment, and this is true, and I am gonna say this because this story
yes,
was
the North Pole is closed because of COVID.
It was repeated.
At least the American side, the Russian side, I've talked to
every year we got coal. This year we got COVID. No,
forget the Canadian side.
The Canadian side's fine though. The Canadian side's fine. Like
they have actual healthcare, so yeah.
Yeah, the Canadian side doesn't have any COVID. The American side.
They're very sorry about that. No.
And they apologize. Yes, they apologize.
We apologize for Americans.
My favorite Canadian joke was all of them, but no, is the one where that Canadian sniper beat the world record for it.
Yeah.
And I forget what the number was.
Yeah.
But the amount of time it took the guy's bullet to leave his gun and hit, it was literally almost like a second and a half or something like that.
Yeah.
So the running joke was, well, of course the Canadian got that because he had to do the calculations. So when he shot it, he'd have enough time to apologize to his target, and then it hits him.
Yes, I can totally see that. Sorry about that. What? Bam.
Yes, that's what I've been arguing about.
What was that? You got hit by a Canadian sniper.
Yes. And we're still looking for the
Canadian snipers
beaver.
don't count kills unless they apologize to
Yeah.
their corpse afterwards.
Until they apologize profusely to the
And
families.
I can just imagine Renderman being like, because he would
It's
say,
like he's like a 50 pounds head, so he's like,
no,
sorry about that.
No, this is actually something I could imagine Renderman saying, because he's very much like this. He'd probably say something right now of like, well, one of the main differences between Canada and the Americans is that the Canadians have to apologize to the general public.
Yeah.
Americans have to apologize to their spouses.
Yeah.
That's like that type of passive-aggressive Canadian. But yeah, he said he can confirm the Canada side is fine. Yeah, no, he's been. I'll tell you the biggest tragedy this year with Render Man because.
Excuse me.
Nice.
7.8. Compliments to the chef.
You know he was supposed to get married at DEFCON this year. That was
I
supposed to
remember
be
that.
his ceremony. Yeah.
Him and Swan, right?
Yeah. So when that got canceled, it was just like they had like half the hotel booked out and everything. Yeah, and everyone's gradually getting unemployed and reemployed. We're even going through right now. Yeah. But to rewind a bit, because this story has been already told like 4 times on Radio Statler, and actually at some point I'm going to message N Commander like just on the stream. Is that like the funniest part, and to recap, of G.I. Jack being on a bunch of stuff that I can't stay on air, running around in ninja mask, throwing USB sticks at people, is that apparently when I was asking around, people literally thought, hey, did you hear that Side Pocket has moved in and is living with someone? Yeah, no, I've heard of that. Like, who the hell would do that? That's like suicide. Like, the only person who would do that would be the craziest person we could think of. And then when they all saw you running around, glazed eyes, throws, and they were really like, he lives with you, doesn't like? I just who's the weirdest jackass here? That's who must live with Side Pocket. I just love that. I'm just like,
they're not wrong at all, which is the bad part.
I feel like freaking Token from South Park, where it's like Token, you're black again, and I'm just like, damn it! It's like I hate this, but they're right.
Hey, don't laugh. You joined the circus, man.
I'm well aware of the circus. I remember I was there for when you guys were in the talks of moving in together. Yeah. I was trying to be a part of those talks, but I didn't have a position to cover rent fully. Yeah. That's why I wasn't in those talks.
Which wouldn't be much of an issue now, but welcome to our world.
Welcome to our world. The rest of this apartment is like old couches, like Heavy Metal magazine, all issues at 2600. Yeah. And we're all like buried up to the neck in like miscellaneous computer parts everywhere.
It's like jet and computer parts.
Computer parts and video game shit. Like, was also computers, by the way.
Endless amounts of energy drink bottles. Yeah. What was it? So we're running.
My case coffee. I don't do the whole energy drink thing.
So I guess if we're kind of talking about conventions, previous stuff at Hope, what does everyone want to bring up at Hope of like good things, complaint, and grievances? Well, just as a background, I've been going since the last Hope, which that's not. I don't mean the previous one that happened, because Emmanuel Goldstein hates everyone. He named 2 of the conventions the last Hope and the next Hope. Yeah. And that was actually decided before the Hotel Penn stuff. Too,
so for a couple months before this, we thought there was gonna be no Hope, but
literally.
Well, that was the pun. That was the pun.
No hope for Hope.
So basically, when it actually happened, we figured out it wasn't the hope we were looking for, but we do have hope. So the one thing we have to get about 2020 so far is, yes, at least we have hope. There is some hope. We had some hope. There is some hope left. So that's the biggest takeaway from August is we have some hope left.
Yes, this is
Jack begging for his life, isn't it?
This is. It feels that way sometimes. It does.
It really does.
Well, we all can relate because every time you do a job interview, it feels like you're begging for your life.
I got laid off in June.
I'm the same. A little bit earlier than that. But yeah.
I got laid off in April. I forgot.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm still looking for a job.
This is why we're gonna put up a buy me a cup of coffee soon. It's like, hi, if you want more content, please just send us the goods.
And we're supposed to be
McDougal's.
And we're supposed to be opening a hackerspace eventually.
Well, before that, we have to do the B-Sides Turnpike.
Yeah.
So we have to go back to talk about that.
Yeah,
it's literally on delayed where everyone's waiting for COVID to be over to resume those talks. We're actually looking at a bunch of different venues, and then that happened.
So you're in talks with Cassie Cage?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's gonna be in some hotel
I still love
somewhere.
that she used that handle. Do you guys know this?
And then later on with Mortal Kombat, I know.
No. The thing was, Mortal Kombat came out first. It's just that when I was talking with her, she went by that other one, I can't remember the whole thing. Akalos, C/Akalo Senpai or whatever.
Yeah.
And when we were talking, like, I'm just gonna call you Cassie Cage. And then we just started talking. Then she started using it.
It's like Squirtle,
Exactly. Everyone just started calling her Cassie Cage, and it made the best sense. Then she started the blog.
Now she's world famous now.
Exactly. That just happens.
Now, honestly, one of my weird goals in my life that I didn't know that I wanted to do was I literally remember being like, okay, I'm gonna choose one last username and then I will just stick with that to the end of time. So I'm like, I like this name. I actually partly owned it in terms of a company. So I'm like, I'll just call myself Side Pocket. And what's been really funny is watching people just be like, that's a stupid name. And then years later being like...
That's the only name they know you by.
Well, no, it's more of like there's like a whole thing where like no one thinks that's a stupid name. Because they just assert, like I've changed that name. Like I made it from a stupid name to like, oh, it's this crazy person. Okay, yeah, we'll try to talk to them. Like, you know. I'm trying to... It's like the word... I think this is it in reverse, but it's like the word boner. Where like boner used to be a mistake.
Yeah.
And then so no one ever thinks that word. That's why when we see like old Batman issues, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's great.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, are apparently giving somebody straight dick in the
Yes.
50s, giving them talking to.
And burning
so there's
flags
a lot of really funny old Batman cartoons.
And burning the F word was actually an actual bonfire at one point. So yeah. But no, it's like, and the funny thing is, did you know there were books about like mistakes, like like those like there's like Finest Home Videos in book form. So there's literally were books called The Most Boners, The Best Boners, The Funniest Boners, Boner Index A, Boner Index B, Behind the Boners. Like there literally is an entire like 20 book series throughout like the 1900s about just boners.
Yeah. Or
As welcome to DEFCON 201. All we talk about is dicks,
British
dicks, and dicks.
Dicks, dongles, and
social engineer.
Yep. But
Dicks, dongles, and Wonder. Jesus Christ, Wonder. What was this?
It was Dicks, dongles, and social engineering.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay, Dicks, dongles.
Reasonably sure.
I don't know what.
No, it's free.
It's still a talk that never happened.
It shows you how much we drink.
It does.
I like alcohol and computers.
Yes.
Dicks, dongles, and social engineering. That was a talk that I was supposed to create. I had a name and no topic and nothing to do with it.
I'm going to slightly spoil the theme of next month's meeting, but this is honestly one of my favorite titles. I'm actually going to talk next month. And literally the title of the talk is called I Came for the BDSM, learning how to sideload iOS applications.
Yeah.
That's literally going to be the title of the talk.
Well,
I can't think of a better
And
summary.
it's pretty topical with what's going on.
Yes.
There's many types of BDSM. It's like kind of like the stereotypical stuff.
Well,
like
there's
free
free BDSM, then open BDSM, and then
Free BDSM.
ghost BDSM.
Yeah, there's such a type where you tie people up.
Hardened
Involves,
BDSM,
like,
that's my favorite.
Yeah, involves leather and whips, and then there's a type you see in N Commander show where he installs netware on the.
Those are just his tears.
Like that's definitely something like it's like it's like you have a dominatrix. Go install the first version of DOS.
From what?
God!
No. Or
it's a 5 1/4 floppy.
Although from what I learned, N Commander had I hate to go back to this, the biggest bucket of popcorn when you were doing that Pine phone, because like what you guys didn't see, I wish we had a second camera, was me watching horrified during that, where Jack literally started out. It's kind of like a summary of what's been happening since Trump got into office, where Jack was like, yes, Pine phone with this, and at the end he's like, so now we move the floating point, and I have no soul left in my body, and it's pulled out through my asshole.
Everyone gets to see like literally in real time just to drain the life out of me. The next go I get around, like I think I'm gonna have N Commander in my show tied up with like a shock collar.
Well,
and we're gonna review like movie ports,
no.
and it's gonna be like, why?
No. If we didn't have copyright limitations, I wouldn't be surprised if the next Archvile would be us playing Ghetto Boys still while we beat up that phone.
Okay, so speaking of N Commander actually is a challenge for me, right? He basically says
challenge, and then
so the challenge was next time with the Pine phone. We're going to install Arch Linux. Arch Linux is supported, right?
Yes.
And we're going to get it working.
The ARM.
Where the challenge is to make a phone call on the command line after setting up your Bluetooth headset on the command line. So use a phone with the Bluetooth.
And unusual.
Yes.
Do you know how many times
this is gonna hurt? This is gonna be bad.
Do you know how many times his apartment has almost been set on fire? Does he really want to do this?
So, like, I consider myself somewhat of a masochist.
I love how he says that while slapping his leg with his blue dongle.
Because, like,
wham!
It's a Cat 5 cable. It's not a whip.
No wonder it's hard.
It's a Cat of 9 cable. Cat of 9
broke off.
Anyway, Cat of 5 cables.
And Saracell's thing broke off on air.
But
Cat of 6 E-Tag cables.
But I kind of want to like work with that Pine phone and like figure out, like, there's a couple of operating systems I wanted to run on it, but like
it supports like 20 operating systems.
Yeah, I know.
Let's install GIMP on it so we can officially call it our GIMP.
Yeah.
Okay. But okay, someone open that window and make sure it's side pocket size. Don't worry, I'll throw them out.
It can't. It actually
Oh,
can't.
that's another thing. We can get GIMP running on it. We'll paint like we'll get like a stylus. We'll paint pretty pictures on it with a GIMP. Oh, we can have a drawing contest.
You mean you're gonna turn into the Radio Statler booth? Yes.
Yes.
Anyway,
we can paint pretty pictures on the touchscreen with a little.
Go on, Sarah. Yeah.
But like,
all right.
I've been working on a Linux distro that's, I don't like calling it a Linux distro.
Just remind me of something.
It's more of an operating system, but it's I call it Sticks, and there's nothing about it on the internet yet. I'll make a website eventually, but the basis of it is that everything is all plug and play, and everything's, you want to install a package, you can do it by dragging the file into the packages folder. And if you want to install the operating system, UEFI exists. You just drag the kernel to the EFI folder on a FAT32 volume, and it just boots. There's no installation, there's no formatting, there's no kernel panic, there's no bullshit. You just drag everything on. And I think that would actually work rather well on a mobile device, because considering, Linux on a phone, you don't want to be apt-get install 300 dependencies and then have hundreds of thousands of files splashed all over your file system. You just want to get package, run program. So that's part of what Sticks does. And like, programs are double-click to open. It's like Windows or Mac. Everything's just self-contained, and it runs from where it is. So, that's just one thing that I'm trying to bring to the whole Linux table. And there are going to be some Linux purists who are going to hate the fuck out of what I'm doing. Because, okay, you get a Linux shell if you want it, and you can use it like any other Linux operating system. But I'm really just using Linux for the fact that it's a kernel that runs on everything. And you can just get a system that works from near to nothing. So, yeah.
Unrelated, while I was looking for this shirt, unfortunately I couldn't find it, but I'm still going to make the comment. I was thinking about what Jack was talking about with him and N-Commander trying to make that phone call from the command line, and I could literally hear in N-Commander's voice of like, alright, so GI Jack's just gonna make sure we have the pipeline connected, so now we're gonna run this into terminal, and we've opened up a riff in the space-time continuum. Like in that exact voice.
No, it's gonna be a riff in the space-time continuum. It's gonna be like back to like 1970. You're gonna hear Dennis Ritchie going.
Tribbles just full out.
Yeah, essentially it's like the episode of Deep Space Nine. They go back to like like Kirk's day, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, it's Captain Kirk." Oh my God, it's Spock. You say hi to Spock.
He's been watching way too much Star Trek.
Yeah, I've been watching, but anyway, it's gonna a riff like it's gonna be like right back to like 1969 or 1970, and Dennis Ritchie's gonna pop and tell him, "What the fuck you doing?"
Yeah, but what was this with no? Because the show I was trying to find is I feel. Is someone attacking us? Why you keep looking up there?
What?
You kept looking up over here, and I'm like, is there a giant bug again? What's going on?
No, I'm just looking around.
Oh, okay. He's looking at all the knives that you don't see pointing at. Thank you, Jack, for the pointing knives. But
they're there for limes.
Yes.
Thank you, Hunter Thompson.
Yes. They're there for line, the chat service.
The limes.
But
need something to cut the limes with.
Yes. But no, I've been very fortunate enough that somehow when I was 12 years old, my parents took me to actually see George Carlin live, and I got a couple of things from that trip, and one of them is one of my favorite shirts, which has all the words at the time it was printed that you couldn't say, and it literally fills up the entire shirt.
Nice.
And I was trying to find it to show you guys an example because it'd be so blurry. You people at home wouldn't be able to quite see it, but get the concept in. I'm actually debating by the end of this year of like, hey, in order to give us money and have something really cool for sticking to us, we're going to enter everyone into like, who constantly we see all the time in our stuff, like a thank you t-shirt.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to have Searcell wear it, and it's literally going to say, it's going to have like Searcell's image on it. It's going to say, so I've been working on, and it lists every project, and it's like in 0.8 font, and it goes down the shirt, the back of the shirt, down the sleeves. Because he makes cool stuff, but like you can literally stop any conversation with that.
I've got a lot of stuff that just needs, time, help with developing and things, and it's just things that I'm writing documentation on, and I'm probably going to publish like a 99 theses with it.
Well,
with all the.
Well, you live here, so you have one out of the three. I don't know which one, but You do.
Okay, so what's it called? Things I've been working on, right?
We'll probably wrap up in the next like 10, 15 minutes.
So you can check this out on my GitHub. I wrote this. What's it called? I wrote a bunch of disk image scripts. They're basically for creating what's it called? It's the rest of the fill in the blanks. For creating like disk images.
Oh, we're doing good.
So it'll create a blank file.
Someone just wrote pip install.
Pip install.
God.
Yeah.
That probably came up while I was talking about sticks package.
But enough.
In this household, we don't use pip. We actually we install everything with the package manager. Like
yes, but enough.
Yeah.
But enough.
Exactly, bro. That was me when you were talking about your sticks Linux. I'm like, whatever. I've got pip installs over here and brew installs and 50 other package management shits going on.
Yes,
but you have pip. You have what's it called? What was that one? NPM. You have.
There's pip, NPM, PECL.
There's gems and Ruby. There's.
Bro, go on. Tell us about your project.
Let's go get.
Yeah.
So so basically a bunch of disk image scripts, just a few shell scripts for creating just disk images, creating and working with disk images. The first one creates a blank one, just creates an image, partitions it, partitions it, and formats a single partition ext4. The second one mounts it on the file system. Includes sets up the loop device and mounts it. The third one is what's it called? It's called shrink wrap. So it just shrinks it to the smallest possible size, and optionally, what's it called? And optionally gzips it at the end for export, so you can export to like DigitalOcean. So the whole idea is you kind of like use them with like the Arch install scripts, or if you use them like somewhere else where you install kind of like an OS into like a chroot or something like on like a disk image. So this kind of works with everything other than around the like Arch install scripts. So you can create the disk image. What's it called? You can create the disk image, mount it, then use Packstrap to install base Arch system, and then when you're done, you can unmount it, and then you can shrink wrap it.
Holy shit! This is.
And then export it to the cloud. So there's a little how-to on how to do all this.
To open the gay nightclub.
Volume down.
Yeah.
Also, I found this amazing picture of G.I. Jack working out.
There you go. Put that on the cam. Yeah, show them on the cam.
Yo, bro, send me the link to that to your GitHub so I can look at the.
Okay, so it's just github.com/GIJack, all one word. Disk image. What?
Actually,
GitHub.com. Okay, yeah. SidePocket's gonna go type it in now.
GIJack. Okay, got it.
Okay, so and then it's just gonna be the repo called disk image scripts. Disk-image.scripts.
What I actually can do, because this is like honestly such a cool feature on here.
Because I've been playing around with like just doing like art, like custom images like a DigitalOcean. So it's like you just like make like you probably don't want to run Arch like production stuff, but the whole idea is if like you want to run like a utility instance, like you could just like slam Pac-Man and then just like.
Is that the fan in the computer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What's it called? So
what's your GitHub name again?
GIJack.
Just all one word?
Just, all one word, lowercase GIJack.
Yep. Okay, well, for everyone who's on GitHub,
that's all good. I already found it.
I know, but just for anyone else that might be watching, if you're on Twitch, it will now show up right below our stream.
Yeah, so it's made to work as like a cloud image, so you can basically build. Make it real easy, like so you can do that like during like the whole like after like when you install Arch, you install whatever packages you want, do whatever config you want, and then all you have to do now is just then upload it to the and then just like compress it and then upload it to the cloud, shrink wrap it, and then you export it to like whatever cloud you want, and then you can use it like as a utility server, or utility machine. Right? Like if you want to do like a break class or you want to test the environment or you want to test like other servers or something like that, like a real quick utility machine, or you can basically.
Totally, that's sweet, man. Definitely, I work in lots of different environments, so definitely understand the value of having something that's portable like this, and you can be like, yeah, I'm gonna put all my payloads or my toolings or whatever I'm gonna need right here, and then move it all around to all these different environments, and effectively have the same, access and UI and look and feel for whatever I'm doing in that environment.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, it's not just that. It's like the whole point is like it's a script, so you can just make your own, and you can make like whichever one you want. So make spinning up like a custom image like real easy. Now you can do it in like 30 minutes, as opposed to like before you spent like just 2 hours just trying to remember the esoteric commands to do everything. So now it just goes hand in hand with like with Packstrap.
So I just want to announce we're probably going to be at like
on V-Zip too, on the fly, decompressed in all those like live CDs and shit. Man, that stuff takes forever.
Just real quick.
Yeah, I just use G-Zip. It's easier.
We're going to be on to like 9:10, maybe 9:15, and then call it quits. But
okay.
Yeah, so just a couple more minutes.
All right. So there's that. I guess that's that. It's explained into it.
See, what sucks is it's not that I haven't been working on things, and it's not like I'm working on anything major, but literally a lot of like, I hate sounding like this, but basically most of my project is DEFCON 201.
Yeah, no, I can attest
not
to
that you guys don't do anything, you guys help out a lot. It's just, yeah.
No, I can attest. I can attest to that. Like, if we like any like time we have like a cool speaker. Side Pocket got that. I guarantee you half these people probably wouldn't talk.
Oh, you've brought in stuff that Cell's is trying to bring in some people that I absolutely cannot.
Here's the thing is though, like it's like don't ever really discount kind of the person who kind of literally does like all the running around and coordination. Like, because like it's like I said, like I see him, he's on the laptop things all the time. It's a lot of hard work he does for DEFCON 201, getting us all together.
And I wouldn't be able to do any of the stuff if you hadn't been able to set up all the infrastructure to that.
Thank you.
Which drives me nuts.
So it's like,
thank you for that.
So I mean, like you run your DEFCON group, but like Side Pocket makes sure it's like there's a big DEFCON group things at DEFCON. He drives for that. We get into this convention, that convention, like DEFCON 201. We have like a full stage at like PAX East. That's that's Side Pocket gets us into that. You get it's like
amazing ass contributions from Searcell and Commander, which is why I wanted to drag in Squirtle next time. But we tried,
but people see like the actual panel itself, and he doesn't realize that the whole work of even getting that, like doing the negotiations of how do you even set it up, the whole behind the scenes work.
Yeah.
It's mostly Side Pocket with the social media coordinator.
Making sure I'm on like time
system.
and what
you have to really,
and
that's a lot of work.
If I actually had any sort of like, I am proud of us all doing that.
Yeah.
But for my personal thing, and I will put it this way, I've taken a
canoeing down a dam.
Oh jeez.
Oh, nice.
I've taken a ton of L's for this, and they've told me like, no, we get it, because they were seeing like me doing like the live stream stuff, and just I also have things in my personal life I'm not bringing up. Nothing awful, just busy work.
Yeah.
They're like, no, it's fine. But I still can't believe that I literally went like, because I did. I was like, okay, it's June. Since all the DEFCON groups are online, and they're going to be digital this year, are we going to all do something? Because like in the past it's hard to do something because we all have to be in a location and we're all from different time zones and half of us are broke and stuff. But now that we're online, like, is DEFCON going to do something with DEFCON group stuff? And they're like, well, we've been talking about it and working on it, and we should have something soon. I'm like, oh cool. And then it's July, and I'm like, so it's been a month, I haven't heard. So I'm like, screw it. And I literally blank Twittered every single DEFCON group, and I'm like, hi, I'm sad for dragging everyone in, no matter what your respective time zone, but I don't care if DEFCON themselves wants to do something for DEFCON groups. All of us at DEFCON groups should do something about us for DEFCON groups. Like, advertise that we exist, throw a party, have a couple of just something online, because we're all going to be online for this. And I'm like, oh god, like everyone's gonna tell me to F off. And then there was an actual like VR village, and there's like some really good, like, I'm just amazed that even happened. It was literally me just being like, hello, not I had camera angle doing that, but like, hello, and just like, okay, 3 months this happened. And to also put in perspective for DEFCON groups, the building of that was like barely a week and a half. So the fact that I got anything running, I was like, oof. Like, we have criticism stuff, and again, I screwed up in a bunch of ways where I take the L's for all of those on my end, literally, but that I'm just amazed that even happened. So yeah.
So like next time, we're gonna try not to use all space VR.
No, I agree.
I mean, because it's like somebody just got like emotionally attached to like these cute little puppet thingies. And, like,
the sad part.
And it's like.
It's like the Free Software Foundation all over again, and like
me personally, I'll just say, like, you know, like before you think you're thinking it's just you. It's not just you. I literally am.
Yeah.
Like the grouch who like it's like sees cute puppets, and I'm like, Jesus, really?
Yeah. What really?
The only thing the only time I like cute puppets is if somebody's like really setting them on fire.
What's really sad is while it wasn't perfect either, was running up. We wanted to do Mozilla hubs, and then Mozilla happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they are around, but I don't know how much longer they're going to be around. And by the way, if you guys keep seeing me on cam looking up at something, we have like a whole cabal of liquor on a shelf. It's not particularly huge because we've been broke well, I've been broke for the past year. But yeah, it's like, I'm just looking at that, like, it's like looming over us, like, drink, you're depressed, drink.
It's like 5, it's like 5 grades of, like, it's like 5 grades of, like, Polish, like, vodka. It's like kind of like the United States, like where they have like we have like different like octanes of gasoline. It's like we have like your 87, 89, and you have like you're like 91. And you're like this is like jet fuel and drag strip, drag cars, and it's like the one like all the way out like the middle, like that's like your octane.
I've heard DEFCON is like this too, but a great way. I've heard DEFCON's like this too, probably thanks to Deviant Olum, but and QueerCon, which I'm really sad canceled this year, but like. You know the title 50 Shades of Grey. I think the best way to describe like hope and like the types of alcohol is 50 Shades of fuck. Like it's literally just like what is it? The fun thing that I let people know at Physical Hope is like when you go to the mezzanine area with all the different booths, you'll see like these plastic bins. And I love that everyone assumes that all these plastic bins underneath everyone's table is like for example, Radio Statler, you think it's like other microphone equipment or like extra Cat 5 and Cat 6 cables. I have to let people know it's like, no, wait till Saturday happens. That's the booze. Under everyone's table, all like 20 boxes under each table, that is all alcohol. That's literally all the equipment we have is at the actual booth being used. So all of those boxes, that's not spare equipment. That's not stuff to put the equipment back in. It's all booze for Saturday night. And in fact, I can put it this way. Best thing about Hope 2020 this year, especially with the virtualization, no segues.
Yeah.
As someone who's been wanting to get rid of them after the first 2 cons that they happened, not even because I hated them, but it was more like, come on, this is like literally beating a dead horse.
Again, it's not you. It's not just you. I am kind of like the local sourpuss, but I never liked those segues. I always thought those things were totes effing stupid. I can understand what they're going for.
Yeah.
The problem is, it's just that like. It's just they didn't deliver. It's just they never lived up to the promises.
Doesn't someone always get hurt on those?
Well,
segues?
Somebody always gets hurt on
until
those
they finally truly got effing hurt, and that's why
it
stopped regardless.
And then still finally somebody went to the hospital. And like, okay.
Yeah, Hope 2018.
Yeah, finally, Circle of Hope, someone decided to become the dead horse, and
Okay, so the problem with the segues is one, they're too big. One, they're too expensive. What's it called? The battery range is not nearly good enough.
Now people are riding like wheels around.
Okay.
Yeah, those uni wheels.
Okay.
Funny you should mention that.
Okay, so funny you should mention that.
You want to bring out your son?
Oh, my son. That's fucking wheels. That's fucking wheels. Okay.
Hey, that's my daughter in that case over there. So
yeah. Okay, but like, so it's like what kind of filled that role, right? Is like all the personal like electric, personal. Classic. Like electric vehicles, they kind of did it better. Like electric skateboards, electric scooters, electric unicycle, really.
5 minutes.
Or kind of like what filled that role, but like better because they move faster, longer range, and most importantly, one, you can ride them on the sidewalk, and 2, you can carry them up a flight of steps. An average human being, adult person, can be expected to carry any one of those things up a flight of steps. You can't do that with a Segway. So basically, a Segway has all the problems and drawbacks of a motorcycle.
Yes.
With like at the same time, with $5,000, it costs about the same as a 250cc motorcycle.
So
and it moves 15 miles an hour. And it has no range.
Two things about Segways. First of all, it's one of the few technologies where if I really wanted to sum up the early to mid 2000s, it's that in every shape and form. Mm-hmm. But even outside of the tech of the Segways, because to me the problem wasn't the Segways itself. The issue is one. It's like when someone repeats the same joke over and over again, where it's like, we've done this 8 times. Can we use the space for something else because we've run this idea into the ground? And someone literally ran it into the ground or more up against a wall. And 2, which is my thing is, honestly, if they would have said, hey, we're getting rid of the Segways, but we're bringing in e-skateboards again, I would have told everyone on core staff to F off. Because the problem's not the Segways, the problem is you're bringing electrical-powered wheels to a conference where everyone's drunk and high. What do you think eventually is going to happen in a not very fun, very sue-legal type of way?
Also,
never mind just people's health and safety. Because I'm not even thinking of the asshole that's riding it. I'm thinking of like the people in the mezz that they're accidentally running into.
Yeah, but also it's like the thing is, though, it's like electric skateboards are kind of really not indoor vehicles. I mean, I have to say it this way. It's you think it's a skateboard, but like the way you like handle bushings for an electric setup is you generally have like pretty tight bushings and you have a turn radius of like a small car. So it's like I said, it's like mine is basically set up to be a road vehicle. It's a road vehicle. I ride it on the road. I ride it in like with traffic. So like indoors, it's kind of like we're gonna have like drive your Tesla indoors. It's almost like because
you're never gonna have enough room unless you're in like a stadium.
It's also it's like I said, like my electric skateboard. It's like I'm kicking out like 1100 watts like of power at the wheels. It's like
and I've had to repair him when he gets an injury. Now
I fall off the board.
Imagine freaking Segway.
The board's top speed is 30 miles an hour. The thing legitimately goes about 30. Like I generally cruise around Jersey City at about 25 miles, maybe 20 or between 20 25 miles an hour. I mean, you don't put that indoors. I mean, it's then you have like you're gonna put all the filth from like my wheels is gonna be like all around like the floors of like whatever indoors. No,
I honestly think the reason why they kept it around was because staff used them a lot to get from like one end to the meds to the other. But to me, again, it wasn't worth it because what happened last time was they thought they removed the batteries and decharged all of them, but one still had half a charge.
Yeah,
and
some
drunk people
decided to hop on
got on that and went from like 0 to 60, 15 feet directly. Because I got to see it, I literally looked up and I was like, "Here's your drink." That's like that.
I got drunk once in Manhattan. Like I was riding a skateboard and I almost took somebody's mirror off. Like
you started a good story off.
No, it did. I almost got into a fist fight. And I almost
imagining Jack with boxing gloves on his skateboard.
Boxing gloves, snap gloves with steel knuckles on them. Like I'm riding along, I missed the suds, and I just literally don't look where I'm going, and like I literally shouldered right into his like mirror and basically damn near took it off. And the guy's like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "Fuck you." And he's like, "Whatever, get out of the car." So he gets out of the car, and because now he's on foot and I'm a skateboard, I skate off.
And be very happy we live in ironically enough now, we live in a state where it's really hard to get a carrying permit. Because I've heard that literal story where as soon as they do that, that person gets shot twice in center mass. That's literally happened before. That's like in like, I've actually heard that I've heard that in West Pennsylvania.
Of course, West Pennsylvania.
Yes, and I've heard that in Illinois. So where that happened.
Like Illinois.
So it's like, thank God, like the worst he could do was try to throw like a fucking Wawa coffee cup at you or something, instead of just like,
no,
here's my AK-47 that came in the Happy Meal.
I've heard that happening in Wisconsin too.
Yes.
West Dallas.
Oh jeez. But
I'm going from the sounds in this neighborhood just because they're not supposed to have guns.
I know. I'm just saying in general. But my issue, if I can bring up with one ill thing, because I like how most of the stuff went, but with DEFCON, I don't know, and it both involves Discord, what was worse. DEFCON putting almost all the side content into the same Discord, because like the way Hope did it, well, one, honestly, their client was easy to navigate, and two, each one was like, you had a water cooler, and like they only had 8 rooms. DEFCON had 8 million fucking Discord rooms, so like you would see me on air, I'd be like, "Oh, we're gonna go to the blockchain village," and 3 times I kept scrolling past it because it was sandwiched between so many other things.
Like, imagine if DEFCON was being held at like these hotels in Las Vegas, and you had to walk like half a mile between each village. Except it's online,
and it's actually more like, at least there you know what physical buildings are what. This would be like if they were all each in the different buildings, and then they use quantum physics to put them all in the same space at the same time. It would be chaotic. So that was one thing that drove me absolutely goddamn bonkers. And the other thing, what I loved was, cool, here's a group thing. I want to show them on air. I want to interact. Join our independent Discord group. And it's like, I'm already at the max limit of 18,000. Now I have to go around with a Russian roulette, like, fucking gun and let them choose which one I have to now leave. So that was driving me crazy.
Yeah,
Again,
Discord has a hard limit of 100 guilds maximum. You can't even buy Nitro to get around that.
Yes, and not even DEFCON, which worked directly with Discord, could get it. Like, that's a hard-coded thing. So, and again, we all had positive and negatives at each con, but basically, I think we're gonna kind of wrap it up on the stream. This was the best. This is the way I want to say is this is the best disappointing meeting we've ever had. Like, it really was. Like, I actually still had a lot of fun doing this. The people online had fun.
We had a guy show up and talk about like Minecraft and Commander, and like it's like Commander recognizes his shirt. It's like some like obscure acronym that was like Mind Commander, like Minecraft.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, and I actually did it, and I was like part of that. And they were talking about like kind of like Minecraft.
And Jack is like, this is what I sound like with Arch Linux.
It's just like.
This is me trying to do things with BDisk.
Yeah.
Now I know how this feels. Yeah. And, I get that all the time.
Tasting my own medicine.
But
he doesn't want to be named. And he don't want to be like on camera. So
no, it's perfectly fine. We're always really good about
But he was an interesting character. He's welcome back. We get another regular.
Well, again, the next 2 months, I literally have hard confirms except for one for everyone next month.
Yeah.
So, that's what I mean. This month was literally even the confirms that I had, as soon as the first week happened, it was like, oh no, Stuxnet 2, Electric Boogaloo, and everything got ruined. Because it is, everything's getting hammered right now, and I'm not even talking about alcohol, so it's pretty nuts. So I guess, all around, I'll go last. Actually, let's go Squirtle and go around until it's me. Final thoughts on Cam before we end the stream?
I'm hungry again.
He has this look of, I made the biggest mistake.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, no, I have to figure out more food myself. I'm glad that Jack brought the sandwich, but there's actually something off cam I want to show where I'm legit not mad. I just find this really funny because it's one of those mistakes when multiple people in their apartment. It's why is there a live boar in the living room? It's one of those.
Because.
Yeah, welcome to living here.
Because it's dinner tonight and it's gonna be fresh. That's why.
Okay.
That's why there's.
What's her name?
What?
What's her name? All right, the final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Badgers.
Mushrooms.
Badger. Yes.
It's been nice chatting with you, homies.
It's nice to finally put.
Yes,
it was fun finally seeing on here, even with 2 or 3 people face voices to names. So now I will hear your voices every time you talk in the live stream chat. Cyricel, any final thoughts?
You go first. I'll go last.
Okay, I think he's gang in costume or something. Final thoughts. Despite really excited to watch Diana Initiative tomorrow and stuff, but I'm so glad pretty much all of Hacker Summer Camp is now over.
Yeah.
Because I feel all I've been doing is live streaming. So I'm just glad that that's over. I have kind of a break, even though I have to now do real life crap going on things. We're still going to do updates and stuff, so you'll still see stuff on Twitter. And I guess I'll do my usual preamber. I just combined the Amber Alert and preamble in the same that I need.
Yeah, Amber Alert.
Cyricel, what are you doing in there? Does it involve more than one hand? Because we can hear that. No, it's just you can follow us on Twitter at I don't know why we're getting weird crossed up now. But, oh God, the mech!
I had to maintain something.
He brought 3 of his children out. This is why we don't have a Git lab, because it turns into this.
Okay.
So where's Trinity in the Matrix?
Oh God! Wait, what? The Statue of Liberty?
We're doing.
Yeah, I'm
Jack's sitting here I'm in the weirdest penis envy.
Do I need to get my mirror?
It's not big. Jack's mine's not big enough from this thing.
I feel like you really need some sunglasses.
Speaking of which, no, even better.
No.
Oh, the good ones.
Oh, do you have the GPD win?
We're gonna cyberpunk end this because we're awful people. I'm actually gonna give him his own close-up.
Thanks for having me. Good night, guys.
Yes, thank you so much. I know you've been messaging stuff. I will get back to you because we're waiting for Exotica too. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
I forgot that's supposed to be coming
they don't know either. So yeah. So we're just gonna end on cyber. This is Ultimate Hacker Summer. This is Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp if combined into 2 people. I think Jack went invisible. I don't know.
I need my fucking cyber glasses.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
We're all looking like massive dorks right about now.
Although to be fair, Jack,
this is how Smash players play.
You do look like what if the hackers in XXX would.
Someone played Darude Sandstorm.
Oh man.
Oh
my.
We're gonna end up with cyberpunk music. I just want to.
Oh fuck that! Play play some of the remixes of like Headhunter by Fun242. Okay, so funny story about these like shades, these complete darky shades. So I actually had like a real pair of like icicles, and I'm on my motorcycle. I'm like motoring somewhere through South Carolina. Oh no, this is actually the story of DEFCON. I got to put this in. I actually like a real set of like icicles, and then I look down, they fall off my face, and now I'm on a motorcycle without any glasses on.
Damn.
So like the one thing you do if you're ever on like a motorcycle without like glasses fall off your face.
Yeah, we're like this because we're adults.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yes.
Side pocket wins.
Can't see your face. Can't see the face. Gotta show him the face.
Hi, I'm the leftover from the Illuminati party.
I was going to say, hey, you got any more of those red pills, Morpheus?
I know, right?
Oh god.
It's like you know.
The green ones taste like
Do you have any more?
Yeah, I'll take one of the green.
Do you have any of those floating point integers? So yeah, even that's off angle.
The green pills take you to the great.
Well, we'll do a picture later and put it on our Twitter and stuff. But that was the sad state. That was the August DC 201 meeting, but we all had fun doing it. So
blue and yellow, purple pills.
I'm gonna take this off temporarily off camera because I'm naked.
So I found these like in a gas station, like somewhere.
So I'm gonna move the camera over back to where it normally is to get a perfect view of my crotch. There we go. So yeah, that was it's ridiculous. That was that.
I'm just saying, if you want to view this crotch, you have to
no, it is.
We tokens in the jar, you don't get anything.
I look like a cross with the hair. I look like a cross between Marv from Home Alone and Pee Wee Herman at the sex fair.
I thought you were about to say I looked like a crossing guard.
Oh.
I thought you were gonna say I look like a cross-dresser, so I would be like, "What are you?
Like,
what am I thinking?"
A cross-dressing crossing guard.
From Crossylvania, yes.
From Croatia.
From Croatia.
Yes.
But no, that's going to be our stream. I'm going to load up Pretzel as the interesting part of the meeting happens, and we actually got a decent amount of people on this. What the heck is a moon wish?
What the heck is a moon wish?
I'll take one. I mean,
I'm gonna play it.
I'll take 3.
And funny enough, what's his face just showed up.
What's his face? I know that guy.
No, literally.
He knows who's wants it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
Jeopardy.
Who's on first?
No, Jeopardy Jim's been watching.
I don't know. You
past,
tell
like,
me.
live streams.
Wow.
Yeah.
What? I don't know. Third base.
Yeah, Jeopardy Jim has a YouTube now, so he's been watching our past 3 live streams, including this one. So hi.
He's the guy who MTA the thing.
Yes.
Right?
I think statute of limitations have passed, but yeah.
The Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty.
Yes, the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Libations have passed. So, anyhow.
You can now drink over it.
Yes, is now safe to turn off your DEFCON 201. No, so that was our live stream as I try to end this. Real serious out there. Thank you for all. Thank you for all.
Safe to turn off your DEFCON 201.
Thank you for all attending this. Again, if you want to know about our future meetups and stuff, you can go to defcon201.org. We also have a bunch of social media, including us on Twitter at DEFCON.
Get off of Twitch because Twitch has like a no dorks policy.
DEFCON 201 and well, how does that explain their top earners? So
yeah, I have no idea. 2020 is a weird fucking year.
Anyhow, yeah, but you can check us out at DEFCON 201. Next week is going. Hold on a second, guys. Next week is going to be a ton of content, including another episode of Hackle and Commander, another episode of G.I. Jack's Arch via a Linux perspective, and a new episode of Crypto Barons, which will have me doing something. Although people keep saying it's cryptocurrency now, and I don't know why. So that's a thing. There's
cryptozoology as well.
Well, you know,
next time you talk
they're from New Jersey. They can launder our money. That's what the state's for. So
we have a lot of lovely cryptids native to New Jersey. What's it called?
Yes.
Jersey Devil.
We have a lot of HP Hackcraft.
Quite a bit.
We have a lot of HP laptops. But no, but yeah, no. So thank you for watching the stream. If you like what you see, you can pay us. Now you can check. You can like, share, subscribe, hit that bell on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. And for all you guys out there on tour, I see you around. We're gonna play music and get off this and. Dirty Jersey representative. Can we do
Hack
this?
the
Hack the planet!
Dirty Jersey.
Peace.
Slayer. Woo!
I'm always waiting for this. Yep, I'm always waiting for the stream.